Hello everyone, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today I decided I wanted to wear my hoodie that looks like chainmail. Cause I felt like it, that's why. Hello everyone, how you doing?
Wow, 2 months.
2 months indeed, and a great 2 months it has been. Thank you, Phoenix. I am back on the North American servers. Hi Chip, what's up? What's up? Chip is poking his head into the room, he's thinking about it. I'm back on the North American servers. I was on the EU servers this morning, and I am back after having swum across the ocean. Missed you, bro. I missed you too, random citizen. Thank you, Coda. Holding back a sneeze right now. Maybe this hoodie was a little dusty. I'm not sure. But yes, we are back. Monk not wearing black, having a hard time looking at him. Yeah. Yep. Well, we got a few plans today. We are going to... Oh, that is a very strange char. We are going to be watching in a little bit, not immediately, but we have got a stream that was on the main YouTube, Twitch and YouTube channels for Guild Wars 2 a couple of hours ago where they talked about new changes for the Skimmer. You stole Rose's chainmail hoodie? No, I complimented his chainmail hoodie and then someone else in the audience sent me one. Very different. Hold on, let me see if this is gonna work here, one sec. There he is. What's up, dude? And now he's gone. Oh, he's back. Yeah, he's back. And now he's under my desk. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? They can't see you. Okay, whatever. Alright, well, we got to see him briefly. I'm back and well rested. I am back and I am not well rested. I'm looking forward to sleeping in tomorrow, you guys. The stream was so good, so much to talk about. I'll be finding out soon. That is the plan. In a little bit, we're going to start watching the...
Bought the plushie yesterday.
Oh, thank you! I appreciate that, Plum Boom. Muck has psychic damage on me, my brain hurts now. I did, Charmon? What's up? Yeah, we're going to be watching the Visions of Eternity Skimmer preview live stream in a little bit. For now, we are just waiting on folks to get in here, take their seats, all that good stuff. I legit just woke up. Good morning from Australia. That ping confused me. Hang on a second. There you go. Sent you another one. Would you say the stream earlier dives deeper after skimming the surface previously? I'm not sure. I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it yet. I thought I would catch you live during the live stream vid. It's 1:13 a.m. I should sleep. Sorry, Moja. Good night from Finland. Hello from the colonies. All right, let us see what is going on right now. Let us see. Dude, we did so much content this morning. Oh shoot, this isn't gonna work. No, hang on. We gotta leave the instance before I use that.
Money for Chip.
Thank you, Zero Gravitas. The most important thing about the Skimmer preview is Castora is located to the southwest of the mainland, hoping myself it's a little area that appears just northwest of Cantha. Really? What time in Australia? 9 a.m., 10 a.m.? Good morning. Not sure. It's 7 p.m. where I'm at. Hell yeah, I'll have something to watch while I donate blood. Oh my goodness. Hopefully at a medical institution, not like a back alley or something. Alright, let's see if this is going on. I do see a commander tag on this map. Drift. I see the robots. This map is good. Alright. Octo says, maybe you have tips. I play 2 classes as mains on main specs from Meta Battle. Do you have advice for someone who wants to try their builds but doesn't have gear for them? Sorry for the length. Hopefully this makes sense. What's up, Octo? So I often recommend to new players to get a set of gear early on that has celestial stats, because you can use that for testing virtually any build in the game. Now, obviously, there's light armor, medium armor, and heavy armor, so if you're trying a different class, that, you know, you'll have to get a set of gear for that. And that current Fractal event can reward you with a set of celestial gear, so, you know, that is one way to get it right now, if that, you know, is interesting to you. So I would say, you know, while you're still trying to figure out what you're going to main, get some Celestial gear. If you don't know what that is, I'll just show real quick. This is, if I change the stats on this item. Celly gear is not great at any one thing, but it is good at everything. Hi, Mike. I just finished crafting Exordium. I'd like to try something different to Core War Greatsword. What's a fun Greatsword build? Ranger Greatsword is usually used to PvP. Necromancer Reaper can use Greatsword in just about any game mode. Mesmer can use Greatsword for just about any of their power builds. Guardian could use Greatsword in a couple builds. Those are off the top of my head. Sounds like I need to spend some time on Reaper, thank you. Sure. Oh lord, he coming! Time to trim this dragon's toenails. Ow. Looks like this group is going for the ads, okay? No! I couldn't get my ambush off. Okay. This is clearly AI. Muck doesn't wear non-black clothing. I'll wear a green shirt tomorrow, and then my my whole chest will be invisible. That was close. Hey, we res those three there. Got him. Can you please actually wear a green shirt tomorrow night? I don't actually know if I own a green shirt. I'd have to dig into the recesses of my closet to see. Wear a green poncho sometimes so you're just a floating talking head. Might be good for Halloween. Put some ketchup on my neck so it looks like it's just been chopped off. I could be nearly headless Muck. So it looks like we're in a squad that's killing all the Rift Stalkers for extra loot. Can't say that I mind, but it's been a while since I've seen this. Hey, Mug and Chad, I've been watching Muck's content creation guide. It's very informative. What's up, Buddha Wolf? I'm glad that they're still helping folks. If you have any questions, let me know. Where is he going? Why are you running? What is going on right now? Depends on the meta train of champ farming, sure, but if you want to hit up Drakkar quick, you have to kill quick. Yeah. Yeah, it does depend on the group. In the past, I used to say that NA always kills the ads, and that EU always just rushes it down. But it seems to be more like it's just getting rushed down most of the time I see it now. In both regions. I literally finished Aurora today. Nice! I created 4 legendaries in 3 weeks thanks to the keys and the regalia. Wow. That is a lot of projects. GG! Dragon down! Nice. Thanks to the guys, would have been much harder without them. I'm glad they helped. Muck chat, if you're autocasting and an ambush skill pops up in its place, will it autocast too, or do you have to press the key to cast the ambush skill? Honestly, it depends on the ambush. Some of them, it will fire automatically, and others you have to press the key. So it just depends. So, like, for example, I think staff ambush, if you're already auto-attacking and then it flips, it will just do the staff ambush. But, like, hammer ambush, you have to press the key to start the, hang on. This thing. I think you have to press the button for that. You could paint your face blue and be Zordon? Zordon. Oh, like green clothes and blue face, and then I'm just a floating face. Found the incursive investigation and steps on the wiki. Don't have any more fractals to run if we finish the rest of the needed achievements. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's assuming they don't change anything before we get to those steps. What is a good legendary to start with from the Fractal key? So the Fractal key is any Generation 1 weapon. So the answer to that is dependent upon what you like playing. Like, if you play a whole lot of Mesmer and Necro, I'd be like, okay, well, what's a weapon both of those use? Maybe Staff, you know, Greatsword. You know, so I would say, like, a weapon that you would use on as many of your characters as possible. Or just the one that you think is the most gorgeous. If it has the lock symbol and the skill icon, we press it manually. Oh, that one right there? Yeah. Yeah, both of my current ones. How does one unlock all weapons regardless of specialization? So not every class can use every weapon, but there is a thing in Secrets of the Obscure you might be talking about called Weapon Master Training. And Weapon Master Training is the ability to use the weapons of your other elite specs on the elite spec that you're playing. If that's what you want, give me just a minute here. Hold on. My web browser is being slow. Okay, here it is. So this is a 1-minute video. It's super simple. This is a video showing how to unlock Weapon Master Training. One thing to keep in mind with the new universal key, sword and spears are the only universal weapons currently. Right, but it also depends on what you enjoy playing. Like, for example, if, like, on Engineer, I love Spear. It's great. On Ranger, I don't really enjoy Spear that much. So, although all classes can use Spear, that doesn't mean I like it. It depends on what you enjoy. Maka, it would be so nice to go pure god mode in VoE with the Aqua Breather. We'll finally be able to go 100% legendary status in gear slots. Yeah. True. True. Are stream elements or Streamlabs necessary to stream, or can I skip installing those? So, no, you do not have to use those. Okay, so this is a content creation question. All right, so basically, the first thing you need is a bit of software to take what's on your screen and put it out to the internet, right? So right this second, I am using OBS Studio to do that, right? Now, OBS Studio has a Stream Elements thing, and I do use that regularly, so I prefer that. But you can use, like, the most common softwares that you can use to stream is Stream Elements or Streamlabs OBS, or Slobs. So Stream Elements or Slobs are the two most used broadcasting softwares. There are others, there are tons of others, but those are the two that are most used. However, Stream Elements also has other features. Stream Elements also has stuff like, you know, the chat bot that you can use. Like, you know all the commands I put in my chat? Like, I could do !Plushie, and then, like, it'll pop up with a whole bunch of stuff plugging my current Plushie project. Like, that is a chat bot that is part of Stream Elements. So I can just very easily, let me pull this up. I could very easily go into Stream Elements, go to Command, make new command, !Potato, and do everyone loves potatoes, and accept. And that's it. And so now, whenever someone does !Potato, that comes up. Like, that's really easy. So I'm going to get rid of that now. But you just saw it. So the point is that, you know, the Stream Elements or Streamlabs OBS, it doesn't just do the streaming, it also does some other stuff. Giveaway bot. If you're doing giveaways, you're gonna need a giveaway bot. There's some built into some of those programs as well. Timers. You know, every 15 minutes, the bot will be in the chat, be like, hey, you guys should subscribe to my YouTube. You know, you can have timers set up. Things like that. So there's a lot of other features there you can use. What's with the strange hoodie? I don't know what you're talking about. It does smell different. It's got like a scent to it. It's like a different material. I don't know. I've got my black hoodie on standby. I just felt like wearing the chainmail one today. I might change it out. Let's see. Anyway, I hope I answered the question. You can stream without those. Yes, but they do a lot of good, nice things that you might want. You might want it. Would you... Hi? What's up? Chip is here. Would you recommend for newish players to try to find guides for Tier 1 fractals, or just queue in with random people during the event? You could just queue in. However, if you want a guide for those fractals, like, I got you covered. Like, one of my most popular videos is the fractal guide, and it's got, like, every fractal in it with a timestamp, and it explains the fractal in, like, 30 seconds to a minute. So, if you just want to bookmark that, just to explain real quick. At the time that I made this video, these were all the fractals in the game. Later, these were added, so they're in different videos. This is the only one of these four that is currently in the event pool, so you might get this one. The others are all in here with timestamps. So that's already covered. Also, cat. I'm gonna have to move the plushie thing. There we go. Gotta make room for the cat. Why is it so snappy? There we go. Okay. You want pets? No, not right now. He's making biscuits. He's very busy. I know gray's not much different from black, but you look different and not black. I saw you live on TV and I thought this was an old video. Tomorrow I should wear, like, bright neon orange. Just to mess with you. Let's see. I guess we could start doing the Twitch thing. It looks cursed. It looks cursed? Sorry, don't wear black, it's cursed. Is that the chainmail hoodie? Yeah, it's the chainmail hoodie that one of y'all sent me. Like, Rose was wearing one in his video, and I'm like, oh, that looks really nice. I wish I had one of those. And then someone mailed me one. Let's see. Let's head back here. What do you recommend for alt characters? I already have one of each class and have too many 80 boosts taking up space. I mean, if you already have one of each class, you could just burn the 80 boosts to get rid of them. If you want. Like, you can just, on a max level character, use the boost just to consume it and get it out of your way if you want to. Guys, look at me! I'm so curvy! Let's see. I don't know, my hubby only wears black, and when he wears a colored shirt, it's weird. Reroll every character at Char. Oh my gosh. All hail Chip. Yep. He back. Hello, sir. Welcome. Much business to do. Maybe we just like skip the stream tonight, chat. Just let him do his thing. Pretty sure my views would go up. I think he's a better broadcaster than I am. Next stream, I'm not gonna show up bald with a beard. Between this stream and the next one, I'll grow a beard. Am I just like one of those magnet toys that just pulls the hair down? My cat is pawing at the monitor where Chip is. Don't show them your butt. Sit back down. So rude. He's been camera shy lately. It's good to see him. Yeah, he's just been like, I mean, he's a cat. He naps all over the place, but lately he's been napping not in here. I'm trying to make the zero key thief build. I'm torn between Berserker and Dragon set and full Dragon set. Last time I tested that build, I was using full Berserker. I don't know much about the Dragon variant. He's doing that weird thing with his back leg. I think he just heard something. He looks very alert. Alright, let's move him over there. Okay. Can I have some of the bread when he's finished kneading the dough? We'll see what we can do. Alright, let's see what we can do here. So, we are going to... I'm going to close the game for a bit while we are doing this. Let's get this... Where is it? Here we go. We're going to get this over here. And we're going to fast forward a bit. Okay. Oh, nice. Bog Otter's in this one. I didn't know who had done this broadcast. Okay. So, let's jump into it. Do we keep Chip up here? I guess we can for now. We'll see. If he's blocking something crucial, maybe I'll move him around. All right. Marker. All right. Hello, Guild Wars 2 gamers. Today is Friday, September 19th. I am not wearing a black hoodie today, and you're going to have to deal with that. We have got some Guild Wars 2 news. Guild Wars 2, on their official Twitch and YouTube channels, they posted a stream, or I should say they did a live stream, where they talked about the upcoming Skimmer changes to Visions of Eternity. For those that are not in the know, recently in Janthier Wilds, we got an overhaul of the Warclaw. And before that, in Secrets of the Obscure, we got a whole bunch of updates to the Sky Scale. And now it is apparently the Skimmer's turn, which I am surprised by. I thought that the Springer would be next, because the Springer is the one that's the least useful when you get to like the Ultra Endgame. But it is apparently the Skimmer's turn. So, I do not know what this video entails. We're going to watch it together, and once again, I will strive to have a TLDR breakdown at the end. So, if you are interested in this topic, but you don't want to watch the whole thing, look for a timestamp near the end of the video. For now, let's see what we got. And since we're watching this after the fact, we can fast forward through this.
Howdy, folks. My name is Richard Procopio, Senior Digital Marketing
Dude, you made me think that was them for a second. How dare you?
Specialist here at ArenaNet. Today, we have another very...
All right, so real quick, this is Richie, previously known as Bog Otter. He was a streamer that got hired by ArenaNet, just like Roy did. So I knew him as a streamer when I was getting started. It's very cool to see him up on another video. And this is Nick Hernandez, Open World and Skimmer Design leader.
Very exciting live stream. We're going to be showing off
And that's Chip.
what changes are coming to the Skimmer mount when Visions of Eternity, our next expansion, launches on October 28th. Can't even say the name of the month. It's only a couple weeks away. With me today is my good friend Nick. Nick, why don't you tell the folks at home who you are and what you do here at ArenaNet?
Hi, my name is Nick, and I am indeed a good friend of Richie's. At ArenaNet in particular, though, I am currently the open world and Skimmer design lead for Visions of Eternity, and what that means is that I'm kind of responsible for making sure like the maps are on track and doing a good job, outside of some like implementation, and then similarly with the Skimmer, making sure it's on track as well, but also doing a lot of the core implementation for the updates. Yeah, that's pretty much what I got going on.
Sweet, and I see you have a little friend behind you.
I do.
What is that, and how did you get that?
Was that the
This
one from the
is,
Seattle thing?
A cute little skimmer that was given to us during our fan event.
Yes, it
that we
was!
had during PAX West.
Yeah. Hold on. I think that was in one of my pictures. I think that photo bombed one of my pictures. Just a second. I remember that person. When I was at the Seattle meet and greet, there was a person that was there that was carrying around a, where was it? Here we go. I found it right here. So this is a picture of a bunch of us there, and you can see the skimmer right there up in the air. So yeah, there was a person that was carrying around the skimmer at the meet and greet. I did not know that they gave it to the devs.
And it was from one of our players, and they were really excited by the skimmer, and so they made this cute little skimmer for us, and we thought, you know, what better way to thank them than to showcase and highlight its absolute adorableness to the world. So
And
they know who
everyone-
we've thanked them, but you know, I'll just reiterate, like, thank you again. It's adorable, and it protects our pod.
Everyone's
at
going to be
work.
like, how do we buy one?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so we're going to hop into game here and start showing off all the things for the Skimmer. And there was a blog post that Nick wrote that went up on the website earlier this week. So check out guildwars2.com if you want to see a lot of what we're going to be sharing today in more detail. Today will be visual stuff, but if you need to reference stuff, the blog is always there. So we are going to show off the homestead map, which we did a stream with Sarah like 2 weeks ago where we showed off this map. So if you weren't there for that stream, this might be your first chance to see our new Commissas Isle homestead map.
Oh god, please tell me it's not gonna make that noise the entire time. If it makes that noise 100% of the time, I will not be using that skin for long.
This is where you'll be able to decorate and, you know, you have your own magical island to explore, but we're going to use this as our first staging ground to show off the new skills for the Skimmer. So
Can you turn it up?
real
Yeah.
quick before we jump into that, anything you see today, there could be some balance tweaks and tuning. Things could be adjusted. You might see some temporary icons. So just keep all that in mind. I don't know if, Nick, you wanted to address that any further than I did, but
I mean, I think you did a great job, honestly. Like, yeah, you know, we're still balancing a lot of stuff. Some things you see here might be overtuned or undertuned, but it is wholly representative currently to the best of our capabilities of what we would like it to feel like when it actually ships. So, you know, we're still tweaking, changing some things, but what you see here hopefully is close to what will actually show up on live, unless we find a really bad exploit, and then we'll fix that.
yeah. So Nick has the base Skimmer skin that is going to be used to show off a lot of things because most people are familiar with what that looks like. But I am sporting the Castoran Wavehawk model, which is going to be a new model that players can enjoy in the expansion. You can see it's a giant dragonfly insect type mount. Amazing job of the animations and the art on this. Really
Agreed.
awesome.
Yeah. Actually, shout out to the animation team for this one in particular as well. We, while we were going through it, one of the things that we were trying to figure out while making it is like, how can we make it feel distinct but also still read effectively? Because if you look at the way the Skimmer actually animates, there's a lot of communication going on with it. And so what we did was we looked at a bunch of different animations from like Hummingbird and like the core Skimmer mount skins, and we tried.
Someone said, excuse me, someone said it would look weird underwater. To be fair, we already have a hummingbird skimmer skin that can go underwater, and it already looks weird.
to pick and choose and kind of combine ones that we felt would best represent like something that is flying, right, fast flapping wings and giving you that dragonfly kind of flutteriness, while also still having animations that were still core to the messaging of what the skimmer actually is. So if you have the hummingbird skin, you might find some of these familiar.
check the
but there'll
quality.
also be ones
What
that
is it
are a
on?
lot more familiar to the base level
Oh,
skimmer,
why is it
just
on
to make
this?
sure
What
that
the
we
heck?
have an effective balance for
There we
those who, you know, kind of at least subconsciously are paying attention to.
Sorry, I don't know why it
those
defaulted to that. I
animation
didn't realize.
key markers for the skills.
Would you mind zooming in a little bit on the skimmer? Since you're the camera. There we go.
I am the camera. Yeah, I was doing a walkthrough earlier while you were talking. I was doing a little turnaround.
Okay, I didn't see that. I'm also dressed like a pirate. Because today is Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Yeah, are you going to talk like a pirate for us, Richie?
Arr, and that's about it.
Yeah. I'm going to nerd out real quick about Talk Like a Pirate Day, since, you know, this expansion, as you've probably seen in our trailers and stuff, like, we're on an island, there are some pirate-esque individuals, we've got ships, so we figured it'd be good to kind of, you know, at least acknowledge, like, hey, it's Talk Like a Pirate Day. But fun fact about Talk Like a Pirate Day, that's the accent that you hear in most movies and media isn't actually the way that pirates talked back in the olden days. It was coined by an actor in like the 1950s for the Disney movie called Treasure Island. And he was this British actor that was trying to find a good accent, and it just kind of was so prevalent and prominent that it stuck throughout all of media. But in reality, a lot of pirates, depending on where they were in the world, had their native dialect accents. So it's like if you're like individuals in the
Nerds.
Caribbean that were pirates, Pirates of the Caribbean,
Yeah, I didn't expect to
Like,
learn
they
about
probably
pirates
had dialects
during
more
the
close
stream.
to, like there's like Spanish heritage or English, depending on where they're from. Same with like pirates from Africa and things like that. They'll have their native dialect accents. So it is cool, but I think it's also just a little fun fact for everybody.
I did not know that, but that totally makes sense. Absolutely. Like, why would all pirates from different places around the world talk the same?
Yeah, that's my little fun fact for the day.
All right. That's awesome. Let's talk about skimmers. You want to show off some of the abilities and talk through like what upgrades they're going to be getting when the expansion comes out?
Yeah, 100%. So I guess what I will note real quick is that we will be looking at the mastery lines in a little bit. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk everybody through what the abilities are themselves, and then we'll talk a little bit later about like when they get unlocked. So the order that we are communicating them now is not necessarily the order that you'll be acquiring them through the mastery line. But I will start out. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, you mentioned unlock. Why don't we start with how do you, like, there's going to be a new way to unlock these skimmers in the expansion, right?
Yes, yeah. So very similar to GW2 Wilds and the Warclaw, you will need to go through the first parts of story to be able to introduce yourself into Castora, get into the map, and then at a certain point in story, you will be given the objectives to complete that will allow you to unlock the skimmer and its new mastery line. So we saw a lot of kind of positive reception and integration for the Warclaw and the way we did with GW2 Wilds, and so we figured it'd be good to just kind of follow suit with that, right? Like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or whatever that saying is. And so similarly to GW2 Wilds, that is the way you'll be unlocking it this time around.
Okay, so even if you don't have Path of Fire and you do get Visions of Eternity, you can get the skimmer.
Correct. Yes.
Awesome. All right, go for it.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm going to start out with the one skill, which, as you'll probably notice for anybody who is very familiar with the skimmer, the icon is different, and that is because as a part of the mastery line, we are upgrading the barrel roll to what we call the enhanced barrel roll. And so previously, the way that barrel roll worked, it's a hard one, so I'm going to probably stutter on it a little bit. But the way that barrel roll previously functioned was if you were to click on it, you would dash forward and then dismount, healing anybody that you passed through. With the enhanced version, what we've done now is we've made it so that way you don't dismount and you can just keep hitting it and you will keep getting to use the dashes. We have added an endurance cost with that to kind of create some semblance of balance. So similar to the Warclaw bounds, which you'll notice down here, is that there are now segmentations on the endurance bar, and that's just to kind of showcase how much it will cost per dash. So a dash costs about a third of the bar, not counting for regeneration. If you time it pretty well, you'll be able to essentially get kind of 4 out in semi-quick succession. Yeah, that's pretty much the core of it. It will still do all of its healing through pass-through, but to kind of help make sure that this doesn't just become like the best healing thing ever, the healing does diminish every single time that a specific individual is hit by it. And so if one person is hit by the barrel roll like 3 times, the healing will decrease each time the healing that is received by the individual. And then you're also probably wondering, well, where did the dismount portion of the skill go? How am I going to be able to get off my mount?
They said a while back you have to hold
that.
down the button.
And something that we've been thinking about in general with the skimmer is, you know, when you're looking at its core kit, something that is kind of centric to the skimmer is hold button to do thing, right? So the hover is a very kind of prominent part flavorfully and in general with the skimmer, right? You hold down spacebar or whatever you rebound it to be able to hover for a little bit. And so we kind of took that core concept of the holding abilities to do specific things with the skimmer and it added it to a couple of other skills. So now with the dash, if you hold down the one skill, what happens is that it will trigger the dismount portion of the skill, and then the player will be able to get off of it. And so what that kind of allows for is players to kind of play around with getting to specific areas while still being able to know when the right time is to hop off. And that's pretty much the core of it in terms of the enhanced barrel roll. It will still, if you have the Path of Fire masteries, it will still take the res consideration and the healing adjustments into fact as well. Same with the other mounts, like cross mount boons that you get from their masteries. Those things are also still factored into the engage skill.
Okay, does that scale with healing power of the player as well?
It does not. That was something that we talked a lot about, and the kind of what's the best way to put this? The thing that we kind of fell upon and decided on is like, well, the skimmer is doing the damage, not you, and the skimmer is doing the healing, not you, and so it doesn't make as much sense if the player is like full heal kitted out, and then their skimmer.
Yeah, to my knowledge, currently, if you're on like a Warclaw and you use Pounce, I don't think it scales with your power stat. So it would be completely normal for this to not scale with your heal stat.
Does healing and damage through their own stats. I think on top of that, by having it holistically centric around flat damage values on the skimmer itself, that yields a better balance for everybody. And so if you are a DPS centric player, if you're a glass cannon or if you're playing a tank build, you still have the ability to be effective in the healing that you do with the skimmer. It's just an option for everybody as well, and there's not going to be a hard preference on who does it. It'll still probably be viable for healers that want to do it. It'll just be a part of their rotation kit, right? Like
I wonder if there's going to be any like weird encounters that will be beaten by people on siege turtles that are being healed by other people on skimmers, and no one's on foot.
Blow all their cooldowns, they hop on the skimmer, they do a little bit more healing, they hop back down, their cooldowns are refreshed, right? So those are the kind of considerations that we had with that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I like what you were saying earlier that holding down is a mechanic that's tied to the skimmer, and like just in our like rehearsals and stuff for the stream, it's really felt like it's kept its identity, and I love that the hold down a button, skimmer does something as a feature. It was well thought out. Love it.
Thanks. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of iteration and feedback on it, so I'm glad folks are liking it so far. Yeah. So next up is the we call the slipstream boost, which I've noticed from the blog post that a lot of people are really interested in, and this is I think where you're going to see a lot more of the quote-unquote evolution of the skimmer. And so what Slipstream Boost does is it gives you a quick little speed boost on the skimmer for X amount of time, depending on your like mastery training and buffs and things like that. So as you saw, it gives you a temporary speed boost similar to what you'd get if you use like swiftness or super speed, but just with the actual amount itself. One addition to that, though, going back to the hold feature, right? If you use Slipstream Boost while you are using hover high, it gives you the power to ascend even higher with the continued cost of the stamina depletion. And so what that allows for us to do, as you can see Richie up there, is give players the ability to kind of do a like vertical ascent with Skimmer, because Skimmer is kind of like the glider mount to a certain extent, right? So we wanted to be able to boost that functionality and that capability without it necessarily intruding upon the Skyscale territory or the Griffin's territory, right? Because the
So the 2 button is a sprint, but it also increases how far up you go when holding the spacebar.
Griffin is like fighter jet flying around, going through stuff, and the Skyscale itself is like the helicopter. So this is kind of more like the like air glider, I guess is the best way to put it. But this also does work with the Bond of Vigor as an example, and so if I am doing this and I'm using that and I just choose to use Bond of Vigor, as you can see, you can get some pretty significant height. And then what I like to do as well is get a little bit of hang time through like the dashes, because they do hold your Z position, keep hovering, right? And then that just allows you some pretty decent uptime. And it is holistically better on some.
That's interesting. So dashing while falling stops your downward momentum.
Maps than it is on others, but in reality it's like the goal here is to make sure that the skimmer feels kind of fluid and seamless. And so with a lot of islands there is a lot of different kind of cliffside stuff and verticality, and so we figured that this would be a good way for players to be able to like, you know, get up to higher areas.
Skyscale, you can dash at angles, I'm pretty sure. Are you writing down notes? Yeah, I am.
Without necessarily needing to swap out their mounts.
Yeah, I'm like 99% sure Skyscale you can dash at like, angles.
We're gonna show off the skimmer and some other maps to show you like what it can do when you have the ideal circumstances and not ideal circumstances, and we'll do that in a little bit. But this is so much fun as the folks are already typing. Like it really is just a whole new experience, and I love how you threaded the needle between like not going into the Griffin and the Skyscale's terrain, it feels like an entirely different mount, and not technically flying, but certainly can get height. You scaled that entire house. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some maps we'll show earlier that like play to its strengths pretty well, depending on where you start. You can get some serious hang time. But stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
But yes, that's pretty much Slipstream Boost in general. What I also note as well is that it works underwater as well. And as a part of base Skimmer, when the base Skimmer is riding on water, it increases its base movement speed. And so that is just kind of a natural thing that happens with Skimmer. But if you use Slipstream Boost as a part of it as well, you get even, like that speed boost is added on top of the already existing speed boost that you get underwater and while riding on water. And so this allows you pretty fast traversal through water spaces, which I think is pretty great. You also probably saw a little stealth thing that happened there. That is a part of the mastery lines that we've added as a sort of flavorful addition.
Yeah, they said when you leave water, you stealth.
The above space into water and from water up to the air area, as a kind of like evolutionary trait that is like narratively a part of the Wavehawk. But on top of that, part of it was also because we were getting feedback from individuals that like the transition between water and land can sometimes be fraught with danger, right? Because you don't necessarily know what creatures are going to be standing above land or what creatures are going to be in water when you go through them. And so this was just kind of a nice little way that we could give additional benefit to those who have the dive in both sides, in Path of Fire and here, as well as kind of like, what's the best way to put this? Give a little bit more space in that, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Gotcha. Getting a question in the chat: Does the speed of the Skimmer get impacted by swim speed and fusion?
It does not currently. So similar to the heal stats, like any of the player's stats and infusion stuff does not get affected by Skimmer because it is the Skimmer itself that is utilizing these speed boosts and these stats. So like the mounts follow a completely different movement system than players do, and so there's not really a clean way to be like, I've got like a +9 swim speed infusion, so that will increase.
Okay, how do I put my swim speed infusion on my Skimmer?
But that's not to say that like, if you have
saddle?
swim speed infusions that you are just kind of going to be left behind. Like there are quite a few areas in Castora where swimming is going to be more beneficial than using the Skimmer, and having those swim speed boosts will really have kind of like a feel impact, if that makes sense.
Awesome. Yeah. And just we are keeping an eye on chat for questions, so feel free to post them. We won't get to all of them, but if we see one that we want to call out, we will indeed try to answer it.
All right, moving on to the 3 skill. So as people have read, this Skimmer is now a combat mount and a part of that exclusive club with the Warclaw and Skyscale and the Siege Turtle. And so as a part of that, right, the Wavehawks on Castora were creatures that needed to evolve to kind of survive a more hostile environment. And so one of the ways that we
evolved
can kind of
guns.
blend that with the combat mounting kit is by giving them what
Glocks.
folks internally call the Pew Pew skill. And so the way that the Pew Pew skill works, which in reality it's called water jets, is that if you click it, it will shoot 2 water jets towards your target. If the target is an enemy, it will damage them. If the target is an ally, it will heal them. This homestead map is not really conductive towards being able to demonstrate the healing or the damage because it's like a nice vacation beach house. There's not any real threats here. And so when we move on to the next map, I'll showcase that a little bit more, but the damage and healing functionality of it. But in reality, it's mainly just like you shoot and it's cool. One additional note I will communicate as well is going back to that theming that we were talking about around the hold skill.
It also looks like it has 10 charges.
3 skill also does that, where if you hold it down, it will continue to fire the jets up to the maximum ammo count that you currently have.
Just
and
unloads.
so what that allowed for us to do is really give players the ability to hop on their Skimmer and potentially take down a minor threat while they're moving through water or land spaces and or heal allies in pinch. And so that's pretty much the core goal of this, is essentially to make sure that individuals have the ability to heal their friends, damage their enemies. One additional note that I'll give on this as well is that, let's see if I bound it correctly. Yep. All right. This does function with action camera. Similar to Skyscale, though, there is kind of like a cone range for the Skimmer. So if you try to shoot it behind you, as you'll see, it's just going to hit the edge of its effective cone. But while you're using the Skimmer, it will shoot in the direction that you are choosing if you do not have a pre-selected target. Also, if you do not have a pre-selected target, actually, no, I didn't mean to dismount. You can fire it in specific directions depending on where your mouse is, which I think is pretty neat. Let me give myself back more ammo. And so as you can see, there's just kind of like a little bit of variety in the way that you can engage with utilizing this skill. And the main reason that we wanted to do that was to give different players who are utilizing the Skimmer kind of ways that they can approach any scenario that is more potentially catered towards their wanted play style, whether they're using action camera, tab targeting, or point and click.
That's awesome. And the maximum ammo is 10 on
Yes,
that?
it is. Yes, it's currently 10.
Somebody's asking, can you fire damage and heal underwater?
Yes, these skills work on ground,
Works
in air,
underwater.
and underwater. The whole kit for Skimmer works in all spaces.
Awesome.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it for the main 3 skills. As you can see up here, there are 2 additional skills. There is the famous leyline riding, right? And so what we've done with Castora is we've given the Skimmer, now that it has a bit more of an ability to enter and fly through airspaces, we just wanted to give it a little bit of the same playing field as the Skyscale and the Griffin. And so now the Skimmer has the ability to ride ley lines and updrafts. One additional note is that similar to Skyscale and Griffin, we wanted to make sure that players...
Imagine you're just walking through tangled depths and you hear something and you turn and then a mucking skimmer just it goes blasting fast on a ley line. You're like, what?
had a way of being able to break out of the ley line if they wish. And so the way that the 1 skill works now, you have the ability to use your 1 skill's dash to break out of the ley line. And that's just to give people a little bit more of an option in terms of like how they want to approach riding these things. One additional note that I will add is that as a part of the blog post, you might have also noticed we mentioned the words underwater ley lines, and that is because with this functionality, right, and with the kind of rich ley magics that come with Castora, we wanted to find ways to kind of allow that to function well in all spaces. And so yeah, we've introduced underwater ley lines throughout Castora, and as you can see, they're a great way to kind of navigate through spaces, get some additional speed and direction within underwater, and transition between underwater and above water states. And yeah, thankfully, this amazing homestead that the homestead team did a great job on has ley lines that allow us to demonstrate this. Because I do apologize to anybody who wanted to see the maps as a part of this, or potentially were hoping that they'd see the maps as a part of this. Those are spaces that we want to make sure are left to surprise and delight as people reach them on October 28th when it ships.
Yep. And if anybody didn't watch our homestead live stream from 2 weeks ago and are curious to see this map that we're currently on, like toured in detail, you can check out our Twitch VOD or our we have a YouTube video that basically covers that whole stream. So if you're watching us talking about the Skimmers and going, but I want to see this map, we did that 2 weeks ago. You can go check it out after the stream.
Yeah, shout out to Sarah Davies. She did an amazing job with you, Richie, on all of that as one of the homestead team. Yeah.
She took over the stream. It was great.
Yeah, and what I will also note here for the ley line real quick is that it follows the same preferential settings as the Skyscale and the Griffin. And so if you were to like swap to the Skyscale, if you had disabled ley line gliding because you just don't want to deal with it right now, that will carry over between each of the mounts as well.
Okay.
And then if you enable it, it will be enabled similarly. So yeah, it's just a neat little touch that we tried to keep consistent. Yeah, that's pretty much ley line.
Seen a question a bunch of times. Does the water jets do siege damage?
They currently do not. So we did not want, like, that's something that I wouldn't say necessarily decided
That's
against.
a good
but,
question.
Like, it
I'm
doesn't
writing that down,
necessarily
too.
fit the theme of the Skimmer, and there's and it could potentially take away from the usage of the Skyscale, the Worklaw, and the Siege Turtle.
Whoa.
And so,
Yeah.
since Siege doesn't really
Oh, I got
exist
scared
on
there for a second.
Castora, we felt that like it'd be better to kind of allow the core niche of the Skimmer to be around kind of amphibious traversal and kind of, what's the best way to put it? Like it's not amphibious in like action, but having the ability to do both damage and healing. It's a very like well-rounded mount, but we don't want it to become like the mount, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's an option that we didn't include as part of this.
I like the care that the design teams put into making sure that each mount, as we've been
If it
touching
keeps
over the past few
snagging,
expansions, improves.
So this was the recording of this is on their Twitch channel, which is where I'm watching it. It's also been uploaded to their YouTube. If we keep hitting technical difficulties, I'll swap over to the other recording.
Becomes more fun, but also doesn't become like dominant in every area. We want our, array of mounts to each have things that it's best at and things that it's not as good at, and so that players feel compelled to actually use all their mounts instead of just sticking to one favorite one.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we want to make sure that they all get some love, and we don't want anyone to be like the one true mount.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
Anything else skill related?
There is this one other one that you can see here called Alien Location. This one I think might be better suited to walk through a little bit later because Alien Location doesn't work in homestead maps. So that's something that we could showcase in the next map that we move to. But the high level of Alien Location is that very similar to the Warclaw Sniff, the Skimmer has, or the Skimmers in Castora have a way to echolocate, if that makes sense. And so the way that it works out is that this one is a toggle, whereas the Warclaw Sniff is a like click on cooldown. And the main reason that we chose to make this one a toggle is because like echolocation in and of itself is a sort of, I wouldn't say holistically passive system, but it's like it is something that most aquatic animals are using pretty consistently. And also, we noticed with players with the Warclaw, we're just kind of hitting the button on cooldown. And it's like, well, let's save your mouse or your keyboard. So
Thank you.
Right.
I appreciate them being honest about it.
And that also allows for the focus to be more on exploration and kind of utilization of your traversal skills, since a lot of it is based around kind of hold, rather than being like, okay, I need to walk here, hit this button, wait for the cooldown, walk over here, hit this button, wait for the cooldown. So yeah, we'll showcase that in a second.
Awesome. Yeah, Aeroth in chat says, my fingers thank you.
Your fingers are welcome.
All right. All right, so I think you want to talk about masteries before we switch maps?
Yes, yeah, that's probably what everybody's wondering, right? So let me hit that and go to here and this one. So the overall line is called Skimmer Adaptation, and it breaks down into essentially 4 different tiers. First one is called Advanced Hydrodynamics, and this is where you're going to be acquiring the dive as well, because something that we noticed.
No, it's okay. He said hydrodynamics, and I was like, wait, did he? Hold on, let me back up.
Tiers. First one is called Advanced Hydrodynamics.
Yeah, so I thought he was trying to say hydronomics, and he just like stuttered. I was like, namics? And then I looked, and it's dynamics. It's Advanced Hydrodynamics. All right, just a funny slip of the tongue there. Hydro, not dynamics, dynamics. Let's see, you can now dive with the Skimmer using the newly unlocked dive skill on the Skimmer skill bar. I'm just going to write down the timestamp for this rather than write down the whole thing.
And this is where you're going to be acquiring the dive as well, because something that we noticed with the Path of Fire version is like we wanted to make the Skimmer focal for Castora, and we wanted to give it a little bit more life underwater. But part of the problem with the Path of Fire mastery line, not necessarily a problem, but just one of the hurdles with it, is that you don't get dive until the very end of the mastery line, which you have to invest a lot of time and effort to get through it. And so we were like, well, we feel like dive is a core part of the Skimmer, and it's really what makes it feel unique. And so we were like, okay, we're just going to give this from the start to individuals, and for those who already have the Path of Fire version, we're going to give them a little bit extra just to make sure that they don't feel like, you know, that they lost out if they had just waited a little bit. And so the additions that you get for it on top of the base dive skill is that you will get a base movement speed increase up to the same rate as like Raptor and Jackal, because the Skimmer previously was the slowest base speed mount. And so what we figured is like, well, since we are adding in all of these kind of speed-centric things, we wanted to at least put it on the same level playing field as other base mounts. And so that's just a little like, hey, let's give you a speed boost to get you up to that baseline.
All right, I really like this. So I'm wondering, the thing he's showing right now, I wonder, because like it's Path of Fire's grayed out over here, right? Do you guys think this sample character that he's on right now, does it already have all of the masteries like the previous ones? Mastery rank 668. I'm thinking, I'm wondering if this this demonstration character already has the old Skimmer masteries. Because this, if it's increasing their movement speed, I'm wondering if what we have been seeing is with the new movement speed bonus counted in. They have to have a lock on the mastery page. I do like the sound of it. I think that stealth when you go in and out of the water is hardly going to be a thing at all. I think that's going to be pretty much useless. But the getting bonus speed on your mount for having the old masteries is definitely a nice bone to throw to the people that already did all the old ones. I think that's pretty good.
And then on top of that, as you saw earlier, we're giving away the stealth on transition between water above and below. But yeah, so that's pretty much advanced hydrodynamics in general. Then we move on to Castor and Intuition, and this is where you're going to be seeing the enhanced barrel roll coming into play, as well as your...
I forgot to mute alerts, but thank you so much, Reinhold. Appreciate that. Okay, what is this one?
Aether location, and this is where
Castor and
you will
Intuition.
now be able to
It's
utilize your
4120.
location for content, for finding rewards, or just exploring. And also you will be able to utilize your enhanced barrel roll as a way to kind of help you through your journey and taking that familiar concept you already have with your engage and kind of beginning to pull you towards the new features that are coming with the Skimmer. After that is the Convergent Evolution, which is essentially where you will be unlocking both your Slipstream Boost and your Water Jets at the same time, and that's just to now give you the ability to kind of expand upon your movement and give you a little bit more of that vertical play, as well as now give you the ability to do additional healing and damage to allies and enemies. And then lastly, we've got Riptide Rider is what we call it, which is essentially the one that unlocks Leylands and Updrafts. Leylands and Updrafts inherently are very rewarding and useful traversal tool across all maps. And as we've seen previously, right, like it's a very high value mastery. Like you get it at the end of like flight, at the end of gliding, and so we didn't want to necessarily take away from that because of the fact that it is like it has inherent value across all maps. And so we figured that having that be the last one just kind of felt right, and it felt like by that point you will have hopefully a good understanding of how to utilize this entire kit. So it just is a bonus to all of that, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's pretty much the entire mastery line. One thing that we really wanted to do here is allow more space for other masteries to also get their investment in as well, and so that's one of the main reasons we stuck to 4 masteries instead of 5, right? Like, we just kind of want to get them in your hands and get you to have fun with them, because we know one of the core distinctions between Janthe Wilds and Visions of Eternity or Secrets of the Obscure is that you kind of just had the skills from the start with the Warclaw, and then everything that you got additionally were just enhancements. And so it was like, well, you know, a good way that we can kind of make sure that players are getting this into their hands as quickly as possible is just like, let's make each tier feel really rewarding and kind of like the next step in evolution of your experiences with the Skimmer.
Awesome.
Cool.
Great.
And that's...
I'll say one comment I've got so far, and this is purely an aesthetic thing. First of all, I want to say this dragonfly creature, the Wave Hawk, it looks fine. All right, the R team did a solid job on it. It looks fine. However, a player thought that I'm having right now is when I am at a meta. Let's say I'm at a meta and I'm like, okay, Decima or the Octovine, it's gonna spawn in just a minute, and I'm there and there's a pile of people, right? And all of us are sitting there on the ground and we're fine. And there's one guy on a sky scale hovering 1 foot in the air, and his wings are just going woof, 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 woof. I want to hurt him. It drives me nuts. I can't handle that. Like, just the people that just hover just barely above the ground, and then their wings are just beating in your face and making noise the whole time. It brings the violent thoughts. This thing has got that 24/7. I will absolutely not use this skin simply because of that. And I imagine that I'm going to be very annoyed by other people that are just flying in my face with these things at the beginning of metas and stuff like that. Like, I think just from like an actual, when it's in action, it's going to be really annoying.
The mastery line in general. I'm going to take a quick water break because hydrating is important.
You've been talking a lot there, so
talking so much.
I'm answering a question that we already covered. The water jets do work above and underwater. You can shoot the water
Yes, he already said that.
Yes, yeah, let me visualize that for y'all as well, just as a good way to kind of to showcase that, like, yeah, all skills work above and below water. Yep. So you can, one of the main goals as well was, like, we know that there is, like, we've gotten a lot of player feedback throughout the years about how kind of water combat can sometimes be frustrating, and we understand that, like, one of the main reasons for that is because if you're trying to get from point A to point B, it's a lot harder in water spaces to be able to kind of grasp the potential hostile threats or ecology around you, because on land, it's like all you really have to worry about is like your X and Y planes, because it's like more often than not, the enemies are always going to be on the same visual level as you, whereas like in water, you've got that Z axis to worry about as well, and so there's just, they could be anywhere, they could be coming from anywhere, and it just makes traversal as well a bit more difficult. And so initially, one of the goals with the 3 skill was just to kind of like give you an option for Skimmer that allows you to just kind of get small threats out of the way, so that way you can just keep on keeping on, as they say, in the water. And that just kind of evolved naturally. as we kind of progressed through the development and playtesting and feedback.
Awesome. All right. I think we're ready to move to another map, show off some Aether location, and we're also going to start showing off, like we mentioned earlier, that there are certain maps that the Skimmer works really well at, and you can really do some fun things with it. And Lowland Shore happens to be one of those maps, so we're gonna do some things over here.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna start off in the moon camp, and yeah, this is one of the things I was talking about, where it's like depending on where you kind of start out, you'll be able to get some serious hang time. So it's like, let's just.
Well, yeah. So I mean, this is a high elevation point. Like you could jump off that with the Griffin and go for a really long time.
The first time we rehearsed for the stream and you brought me here and we were on the Skimmer, I was like, oh, this is amazing.
I mean, what I will say is that, like, it's not going to be the best everywhere, and I'll go into a little bit more later, but there are some hard limitations with the way that the Skimmer works that will cause
looking
it to
at
be, like,
the endurance
just
generation,
not
it
a great
seems
option
really
at all on
fast.
some maps. But luckily, you have other options like the Skyscale and the Griffin for those maps, so they are kind of good spaces to be able to show the kind of difference in effectiveness. Efficacy? I don't know. English is hard, but and the usefulness of those other ones. But as you can see, like if you know how to use the hover pretty well to kind of maintain your height, and you're playing well with your endurance,
flying,
like
falling with style,
you can keep in the air for quite a while. And then yeah, here let me showcase
like the magic carpet ride.
Essentially, yeah. And yeah, as you can see here, like it does use up drafts too, which makes things real useful. Because of the speed boost, it does take a minute to turn, right? Like one of the things that like we want to make sure that these things aren't
turns
also,
like a boat,
just absolutely broken, and so there is a little bit of a learning curve with the use of the Skimmer as well, because of the fact that when you get that speed boost, you're going to it's going to be a little bit like trying to control a glider, right? And so it's like you do have to kind of, there's a bow in the way that you turn. It's not just going to be like an immediate like snap, if that makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and so Lowland Shore is also one of the maps that Aether location does work on. The way that we kind of put it is that one of the feedbacks that we had kind of noticed with the Warclaw is that like some people had wished that they would just kind of work on any open world map so they could really feel rewarded in that exploration, and that's something that we tried to solve for with the Skimmer in particular. We kind of developed a new secondary system that works really well underwater, where we were able to kind of allow for spawning to exist on any open world map that has enough water, the keywords there being enough water. And so what you'll be able to do, right, whether it be in Corteria, any of the expansion maps, or really anywhere, right?
Wayfarer, is it?
Oh no.
Bit of a
Sorry,
problem here. Most bearkin won't dip a claw in these waters.
We're getting telecom calls here.
Yep. But so the way the Aether location essentially works,
all he had to do was
to
hit
the player
F11
is,
and
like,
turn the
you
volume
can
slider for
activate
dialogue
the
down.
sonar, like I said, as a toggle, and every 3-ish seconds.
But I think he typed
you'll
in
just see
delete
this
code and
cute little pulse coming from you. And
oh, I just saw
similar
the
to
pulse. That's
Warclaw,
really
the way it works
faint.
out is like as you're exploring, every 3-ish seconds, you'll just see this
They're right
cute little
there.
pulse coming from you. And similar to the Warclaw, the way it works out is like as you're exploring, it will be able to detect potential Aether location specific rewards within the area, and so it is a little bit hard for me to find in this time because the goal here is to have people kind of exploring all of the oceans of Tyria, and so we want to make it not too obvious. But for the sake of time, what I can do is I can actually spawn one of the chests, so we can see kind of how that works in action.
We cheat for our loot.
Yes. Let's see. Okay. So, the way that it works is like essentially, you're going around, and then you will end up hitting. Like it'll give you this notification that says like your Skimmer has detected something of value nearby, and then what you can do when that happens is just kind of look around, right? And you'll see that like the thing of value will have a little return pulse, and then you can loot it, and it will progressively.
Is aggroing the whole ocean?
Also added to kind of give a little bit more incentive and tracking for the exploration that you would be doing across Tyria. But also, this is a good time to showcase as well the water jets.
Now, see, at this point, he's talking and doing the show. Bog Otter should be defending him, but Bog Otter's just like, yeah, you didn't pay me back for lunch. Yeah, suffer.
Power as well. Since we're now on a map. Yes, and so the way that these skills work out is that depending on your positioning, these missiles do piercing, and so I'm going to target that jellyfish and then just kind of shoot at it. and if I angle myself well, which, you know, hard skill issue, you will be able to see that it penetrates through and it will hit multiple things, and depending on who it hits,
This is a great
it will
time to
do
dash
healing
through him
or
and heal him.
damage. And so there, I was able to shoot multiple of the enemies and also heal you depending on my angling and my shooting. As you can see, it is a little bit more difficult than water, but that's mainly because of the Z-axis considerations as well. But so as you can see, Richie, I'm sorry, I'm going to cheat and set you on fire.
Okay, that's fine. All in day's work. I'm on fire. I have
You're
6
very
stacks.
much on fire.
7 stacks.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so what you can see here is that like the way that it works out is that a full like a full run of your ammunition will heal about like 10k.
Is that a jelly skimmer? Yeah, you get that. That's either the deluxe edition of Visions of Eternity or the pre-order bonus. I don't recall which. Someone in chat fact check me. One of those gives you the jellyfish skimmer skin.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, maybe closer to 12. But like I said, these things are still being balanced. And one thing I will also note is that depending on who your
Still on
target
fire.
is, the amount of healing
Barrel
can
roll
change.
him.
And so let's just say that I was targeting Richie, but there was another player in the middle of us. That other player will also get healed, but just for a lesser amount. And that lesser amount, depending on target, also applies to enemies as well. And so if you're aiming for somebody in the back line, the missile will pierce all the way to them, but everybody hit in between will be receiving less damage. And that's just, once again, to make sure that balance-wise, we are being kind of effective in ensuring that this mount doesn't become the like end-all be-all of usage. And so like you will be doing less damage overall depending on if you hit things in between, but that also allows for some interesting gameplay where you can kind of be really considerate about your positioning when you're utilizing these skills, both with the barrel roll and with the water jets. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much everything for either location as well. Like I said, it's a toggle. There will be chests spawned in the oceans around Tyria, and hopefully this will encourage exploration throughout all the oceans and collaboration, because similar to the Warclaw chests, once one person finds it, everybody else that has a location will be able to find it too. And so, you know, the kind of hope there is that people are working together to really find the most reward out of this mechanic.
Yeah. And I think you mentioned this, but just to reiterate, there are going to be some achievements and stuff for either location.
Yes.
Treasure detection. Yeah.
Yes. I'm not going to show them off because spoilers in other spaces,
Yeah.
but yes, we do have achievements to encourage usage and kind of track investment.
Yeah. And the heal you were doing to me, I noticed I was actually down for a minute there. You were able to heal me from downstate, right?
Potentially.
I didn't see that.
It says we should.
So.
This is something I don't actually remember. If you here, I'm sorry, Richie.
Oh, good.
Oh wait, no. Actually, you will need to hurt you will need to be the one to put yourself in downstate. I can't actually do that.
Okay.
He started to say you will need to hurt yourself, and then he was like, oh
Mr.
wait,
Basil's
is that
here and
PC?
see. I think that's what you did though when I was underwater. I was actually down when you started healing.
Potentially.
Yeah. That's
You need to be not as good at living. How am I the one that's getting more mollywop than you right now? You're trying to go down.
Come
Warrior
on.
Signet's too
Because
strong.
I'm a North.
It's because
you know?
it's because you're a warrior and you got healing signet on.
Yeah, I just said that.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't change it. I'm in combat.
That's fair.
Here we go. Downstate.
Nope, not yet.
Are you kidding me? The thing aggroed on you.
Just die. Please go down. We've only got so much time.
This is
I don't
not
want
gonna
to
happen.
I don't want to have to set you on fire
Here we
again.
go.
Okay,
I'm
there we
down.
go.
I'm down. Here we go.
Let's see. Oh,
Yeah,
so
it does actually.
it does. Yeah. One thing I'll note is that there is currently a bug with positioning that, depending on where you are, it might hit the ground and then kind of destroy the missile. That is something that we're going to fix before ship. So yeah, if you're like above the target and they're like flat on the ground, there's like a small chance that, as you saw there, the heal might not register because it hits the ground before it hits you. But that's something that we're going to fix. Yeah, so there you go. It works on
That's really
downstate. Similar
weird.
to the
Water
dash, the dash
jets,
also works
pew
on
pew,
downstate.
can revive allies.
Which is
I
something
would
was
not
covered
have thought
before.
that.
Yeah, that's
But-
already.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for both the masteries and the skills, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit about why Skimmer for this expansion?
Yeah, I mean, I think what it. Sorry.
This is why I told you to turn the dialogue off, Nick.
Last map while I talk about that,
Okay.
because I do not.
I keep getting calls.
Yeah. I'm also trying to remember the name of the map that we're going to without opening the map.
Bloodstone Fen.
Yeah.
Bloodstone Fen.
I'm talking about like the internal name. Richie, could you go to Bloodstone Fen and I'll teleport to you?
I am there. You can teleport.
Okay, cool. because I want to make sure that I don't accidentally spoil the where Castora actually is, because that would not be good.
Makes sense.
For any new bloods in chat, Bloodstone Finn was
Yeah,
back
so, like,
in
Bloodstone Fenn's a
Living
place
World
that we
Season
figured would also
3, I
potentially work
think.
because it's just got
So
so
this
many
is
ley lines
not
and
a
graphs
new map,
that
it's
like,
been in the
yeah,
game.
just, go around, have fun with it, and there's also a lot of verticality there too. But yeah,
It's the playground with Skimmer.
it is one of them, yeah. But yeah, going back to what you were talking about, or the question that you had asked earlier around like why Skimmer. I think with each of our mounts, the things that we try to keep track of are like acquisition and playtime. And so something that we had noticed with the Skimmer is that it is one of the most acquired mounts in Guild Wars, right? Like it's up there with the Raptor and the Springer. And so we wanted to kind of figure out, well, it doesn't have, like, while it is one of the most acquired mounts, it's one of the least utilized mounts. And so we just kind of thought that it would be a good time, right? Especially as we're moving to like an island space where people are going to get to explore an island that's rich with water and ley magic. It'd be a good time to kind of take a look at how to improve the Skimmer to give it a little bit more usability and make it a bit more viable of an option for individuals who were like wanting to use it but felt like it didn't serve a strong enough purpose compared to.
I'm really surprised by this. Now, just sharing my thoughts, and if you don't want to hear my thoughts, you shouldn't have clicked on this video. What are you thinking, man? I'm really surprised by this, because they say it's one of the most acquired mounts, and of course it is, because Path of Fire gave us the Raptor, the Warclaw, the Springer, the Skimmer, the Jackal, the Griffin. So it was in the first batch, right? So it is one of the OG mounts. We have had access to it for as long as we've had access to any other mount. So it's absolutely true. It's one of the most acquired ones. But on top of that, they mentioned that it has like low usage. I mean, they have the data. I don't have that. But I will say at end game, when you've got everything, it is quite useful. The Skimmer, it is the fastest thing over water, and it is the fastest thing underwater. Now, you've got the skiff also, but that's more for like fishing parties and stuff like that. Like, this thing has a niche right now that it's the best at. On the flip side, though, you've got the Jackal, which will always have a niche because it's the only thing that can get you through sand portals. And you got the Springer. And the Springer is 100% replaced when you get to endgame. So, like, Springer go up. Skyscale go more up. Springer has Cannonball, which has CC. Warclaw has 3 and 4 spam, which is more CC and doesn't dismount it. And it can just do it forever. So the Springer is 100% replaced in every facet once you get all the mounts. The Springer is simply really good during the growth phase. Like when you're like a newish player, you get your mounts and you're growing into your final form. It's useful during that time. But I'm very surprised that the Springer, I mean, maybe because the water theme of the expansion, maybe that was why. That would make total sense to me. But it just thinking of like the mount that gets the least amount of love right now, my thought is Springer and then Jackal. So I got no complaints about this. I'm just sharing my thoughts. I was really surprised that this ended up getting what picked.
Mounts. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah. And it was one of those like serendipitous things where it's a good mount to focus on for those reasons, but also really fit the setting.
Yes. Yeah, we got real lucky there. Yeah, I'd say like that's pretty much the core reason. I think that, and everything that's come from that too, are just mainly like one of the things that we've been trying to do is just make sure that, like, similar to the Warclaw and Janther Wilds and the Skyscale in Soto, that like these do feel like they are an effective and really like well-utilized tool in the maps of the expansion that they're associated with. And so, like, Castora's got a lot of water. It's got a lot of like magic and ley magic, and so this was just a great opportunity for us to kind of blend those two together, both the mount and the map gameplay, because they already work so well hand in hand together. And hopefully people will like it. We do, but I'm excited to see what players think of it when the game ships on October 28th.
On October 28th, yes. Did we mention it's October 28th?
Oh, we did now.
Is the word ships? Because there's no physical copies.
Oh my god, my brain totally blanked there.
It's okay.
We've been showing a couple of maps where the Skimmer kind of excels, and like I said, this is kind of like a playground with all the ley lines and such like that. Do you want to talk about the other end of the spectrum, some limitations?
I sure do, yeah. Because one of the things, so let's move on to one more map. So we've seen on Lowland Shore and Bloodstone Fen kind of the bounds of potential usage on the upper end for the Skimmer of like, in these areas, it's going to work hopefully really well for you and you're going to really like it. But there are some maps where we found that like, oh, it just doesn't. It's just not hitting where we want to hit. And we kind of like...
Chat, let's try to predict. What map do you think he's about to pull up where the Skimmer's terrible? I'm guessing it's going to be mostly flat, and there's like no ley lines, no updrafts, and nothing high up to jump off of. Maybe one of the maybe like Crystal Oasis or something. Like, what do you think? Char maps, Crystal Desert, Fireheart Rise.
Like figured that like that might be okay, and I will show you why in a second. All right, so we're going to be moving over to Amnitos, and so I'm going to go a little bit into the background of how Skimmer works versus Skyscale and.
I mean, there are updrafts in Amnitos. Maybe there's just not enough.
Richie, apologies. Can you remind me? Did we want to show the problem and then discuss why it exists, or did we want to discuss why it exists and then show the problem? I guess it's not really a problem, but the limitation.
Yeah. I don't know. What way do you think would be better? I think.
Dang it, Richie, pick one.
I mean, we're already we're about to be in Amnitos. I guess
okay, if it were me, I would discuss it then show it. Because if you just show it and you haven't discussed it, there'll be people that will like just see that and leave, and then they'll just be like, "Man, it's broken."
Because we're already in Amnitos, I will showcase it first, and then we can hop over to the doodle space, and I can like explain why. Yeah. So, the way that Skimmer currently works is that it hovers, right? Like, it looks at its ground position, and then it is like, cool, I'm going to boost myself
Oh, if there's no ground, does it not work?
Versus Griffin and Skyscale, which are a bit more like, I am
There's
flying,
pieces of Amnitos with no ground.
I am taking into consideration my, like, aerial world state versus different energy types. And so what ends up happening with the Skimmer is that, like, in maps where there is no ground, right, you naturally don't really, like, your hover will sustain, but it will never lift you. And, like, you can still use updrafts and ley lines, but in terms of, like, the actual slipstream boost giving you that vertical height gain, or just naturally the hover giving you that natural height gain, it doesn't, because there is no ground in these maps, right? And so it's like, the Skimmer is not built to fly through the sky like a bird, right? The Skimmer is built to boost from kind of base level areas. And so as you can see here, right, like, the Skimmer doesn't really gain as much height gain in these maps. And one of the things that, like, we were kind of thinking through it, and we were looking at, well, how can we actually make this work if we can? And what we kind of fell upon was ultimately that to make it work in these very specific maps for Secrets of the Obscure would cause a pretty significant rebuild on the back end for Skimmer that might actually take away some of its core theming and functionality with hover. And so, this is one of the areas where it's like, yeah, the Skimmer, I think it's okay if it doesn't work as well in Amnitos.
All right. So look, Nick, if you see this, I will give you zero grief over shipping the Skimmer with it being broken in Soto. In exchange, Mechanist underwater. I offer you this deal.
Skywatch Archipelago, because of the fact that, like, these maps were built for the Skyscale and Skyscale utilization as well as Griffin. And so if you want to challenge yourself and try to use the Skimmer in these maps as a quote-unquote flying mount, you're welcome to try, but it does still work very well in all of the ground spaces in Amnitos. So I'm not saying that it's useless here, because as you can see here, right, like, you can still get some pretty significant ascent. You can climb those stairs pretty darn well. And you will still have access to all of the, like, healing and damage that is associated with this. But it's just the flying element that's like, yeah, it doesn't really pair well with no ground maps currently.
I actually like it a lot because it drives home that fact that it is not a flying mount. It is a gliding mount, and you do have a lot of verticality that you can upgrade into when you get Visions of Eternity. But if you don't have a ground beneath you, then it doesn't work. So it makes sense.
Yeah, and then, like, I think you touched on part of the core hope there, which is, like, it's meant to feel more like a hover type and a glider, and it's like, with gliders, it's a little bit more difficult to ascend, and it's really dependent upon where you are based off of your, like, ground position. And so I think that hopefully players are accommodating, I guess, in that space. And if you want, I can talk through a little bit of how it functions on the back end and kind of why.
I'm not a programmer, so I'm sure that there will be some really obvious reason to a programmer why what I'm about to say is a stupid idea. But he said to fix his words, I believe he said to fix the skimmer to work for these specific Soto maps would require a significant build on the back end. And now, the way he said that was to fix the skimmer. I wonder if they could fix the map. Like, what if, you still had, like, if you fall into the void, that after you fall enough, you die, just like now. But what if, like, 500 feet below that, there was just, like, Minecraft bedrock? And we couldn't see it because it's, like, so far down. But it then gives the skimmer something to push off of. I wonder if they could just do something like that.
This limitation exists.
Yeah, I think I enjoyed when you ran me through this, like explaining it to me. So I'm sure the folks at home would like to see it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Apologies in advance for the nerd talk. It's about to get very nerdy in here.
It's been nerdy.
I've got the powerful paint tool here, and you're going to see a lot of doodling. And so the way that Griffin and Skyscale works, right? It's like we'll do S for Skyscale, we'll do G for Griffin, and we'll do. Oh no, Skimmer starts with an S. Sure, A. Why not?
I said K.
K. Okay. Well,
I thought he wrote
ass
ass for a second.
K for Skimmer. So the way that Skyscale works is essentially it takes its current position in the world, and it's like, hey, if you want to go up, like you can only go up X amount, dependent upon your stamina bar and dependent upon the additional bar that is your essentially like hiking bar. The way that Griffin works.
Why is it when he said X, he did a minus sign? What is this?
Is like I mostly care about my velocity, and also like my velocity and also how much like lift I can get. So Griffin is like if you start up on this cliff, and then you fly, and then you decide to dive. Depending on like your velocity, you'll swing back up, and you can once again depending on the velocity, get some height back. Whereas Skyscale is very much like cool. I can start down here, and I can fly up, and I can get to about here, but if I use Bond of Vigor, or if I find a wall, right, like I can hit that wall, and then I can get back some of my stuff, and then it allows me some of my bar, that thing right there.
Oh,
and
cool,
then,
my stuff.
I can choose to launch back off and fly up a little bit higher, right? So, right, I can just go directly up to whatever that max value is, dependent upon once again those bars.
Mm-hmm.
So that is how it works with Skyscale and Griffin. Goodbye. And so now I'm going to describe how it works with Skimmer. So the way that Skimmer works with its hover is that Skimmer cares about where it is in relation to the ground. And so at all times, Skimmer is hovering X height above the ground. And the way that hover high works is that it takes that X value and it adds like a multiplier. So it's like, I'm going to do the little dot multiplier. So like X multiplied by...
Whoa, algebra,
right?
calm down.
So hover high, like hover pushes X to like let's just say that like X was like 90, you'll push it to like 180, and then hover high will push it to like 2 something. What we've done with Slipstream Boost is we have taken the knob on the proverbial amp, and we didn't just crank it to 11, we like broke it. We were just like, yeah, you know what? let's do exponential multiplication here and see how that works out. And so what that is allowed for is for us to take the Skimmer's kind of hover and just crank it. And so it's like now, whereas like when you were doing your hover high, you'd be able to get to like here or here. Now, while that is active, it's like you can just go right up. And then because of the
so it's better than Skyscale
works, you can maintain that aerial amount until you're out of your stamina bar, and then you can just kind of start drifting back down. Which, you know, Skimmer also has a lower descent rate, so hopefully that allows like the core hope of the gameplay there is that it like allows you to like, you know, kind of act like a glider that gives you some self boosting. Yeah, so what that means, once again, is like if there is no ground, X is 0. And you can't, it doesn't matter how much you multiply by 0, 0 is, like 0 times 30 is 0. So that's really one of our...
Oh, careful. They've been teaching math differently the last few years. I've seen a lot of people arguing about this online. Nick, you can't just say that. Oh, that's a can of worms.
And like I said, we looked into potentially making it work similar to the Skyscale or the Griffin who have true flight, but that didn't...
For real? Yeah, a lot of more modern math classes is like if you've got... They'll say that 0 times something, like if you do 0 times 5, the answer is 5. And the reason that they'll say that is like, okay, well, I've got 5, and I multiplied it by nothing, so nothing happened, so I've still got 5. So there's a lot of math classes that are teaching that. So there's a generation of kids that will fight you on that because they're... I mean, when I grew up, I was told that 0 times anything is 0. So that's what I know, and that's what Nick knows. So I agree with Nick. But there's a lot of folks that'll fight you on that.
Like it made the skimmer not feel like the skimmer, and it took away a lot of its kind of like core fun, if that makes sense, and challenge. So yeah, that's a very long-winded way of saying it's this way on purpose. Sorry.
Well, thank you for nerding out for us. I actually like that decision a lot. Like I said, it makes it feel like what it is. It's a hover mount. And yeah, you turned that dial up with the slipstream, but yeah, if you go to a map that has no floor, you're going to slowly float down like a glider. Whereas other maps, you can.
So are the Soto maps the only maps with no floor? Or have sections with no floor?
An hour has gone by.
Has it really been an hour? Wow.
It's been a full hour.
I know that you did want there to be some Q&A, so I am comfortable staying for a little bit longer. I can't stay forever because we are still working on stuff and we do have a expansion to ship, and we're close.
Yeah.
But
throw any questions you have in the chat. We'll try to get to some of them. Real quick, where are you in the game? Oh, you're underwater. I was going to say, let's show off feed the camera and show off the mount that skin that I'm on. This is one of our pre-purchase rewards for the deluxe edition or the ultimate edition of Visions of Eternity. This is a skimmer skin that's like a jellyfish. It is really cool, and the dye channels on this thing are wild. Like you can get some translucent dyes. It's really fun. But make sure you go over to guildwars2.com if you want to purchase or pre-purchase Visions of Eternity, and all the pre-purchase rewards are in a handy-dandy little video over on our YouTube channel if you want to take a view of that.
Yeah, I actually have. Oh, sorry. Please finish.
And once you get there, close your tab and use someone's referral.
What I was going to say is that there's actually a funny story in how we chose the jellyfish too. So as a part of trying to figure out what the new skimmer skin would be, we had our amazing concepting team. Shout out to them. They've done just an absolutely amazing job with all of them. Like they had done a bunch of different concepts of creatures that we could potentially make the variant for Castora, similar to how we did the cute, fuzzy Janthiri Warclaw versus like the armored one that's a little bit more like aggressive looking. And while we were trying to figure out which ones we would like end up choosing, we were doing votes. And essentially what happened was that like everybody was like, oh, so the dragonfly is probably the right option, but the jellyfish is so cool. And so what ended up happening is that like enough people like the jellyfish as well enough that we were just like, you know what, here you go, like commerce team was like, yeah, we'll take that, and we'll make that one the pre-purchase bonus. So yeah, shout out to the concept team. They did an absolutely amazing job on both, and it was like it ultimately stemmed from this just like conflux of like, this one's so cool, but that one's so cool, so let's just give them both.
Yes, why not both? Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
love it.
I like that.
Can you mount while falling?
Yes, that was actually that's another great call out and something that I missed. So one piece of feedback that we had gotten with the skimmer as well is that sometimes if I want to dismount while I'm doing the gliding, it can be a little hard to like do the so you can dismount in air using the one skill, but we had gotten feedback that it sometimes is a little difficult because if I wanted to land like right here, if I'm not like really expert with it, I might end up landing over there because the dash is a dash, right? And so what we did to kind of accommodate that was like, okay, well, if you are willingly choosing to dismount,
just
like
hit your mount key again,
dismount
right?
skill also will allow you to dismount.
What happened to his
what
world?
I will also add though, sorry, one second, let me turn back on the light. One other thing to note though, as well is that you cannot mount
He accidentally
the
turned off the
skimmer
sun?
in air, so you can only dismount in air. And the main reason for that is that we didn't want to take away from the flight mastery line that you get with the sky skill in Soto, right? And so in that line, like it gives you there are masteries associated with being able to mount in midair, and so we decided like, well, let's make sure that the skimmer, that's not something that we can fit into our mastery line, so we'll leave it to those two to once again kind of allow that distinction in the options that you're choosing within any given moment. So if you are fast enough, like you can like use the skimmer, quickly swap over to the do a drop, glide, swap over to sky scale while you're in the air, and then like gain some ascent. And we think that encouraging that type of gameplay by just kind of not giving every option to one mount allows for some pretty flexible use of each mount and some dynamic traversal options.
Awesome. Similar question, mounting the skimmer in combat? Yes.
So that is another great catch. Thank you so much, Richie. The skimmer can be mounted in combat. That is something that we mentioned on the blog post, and is good to go over a little bit more here. So the way that it works out, is that, sorry, Doe, I'm going to use you as a test example. Nope. Dang it, too strong.
You murdered?
I murdered an innocent creature. It's okay. So as you can see here, the Doe and Fang are
Pistol
attacking me,
thief, too strong, chat.
and I can indeed mount up in combat. And one of the main reasons that we decided to do that as well is because right now there is no solid combat mounting option underwater. And so we figured, well, if we should give combat mounting to the Skimmer because it's meant to be this like really sleek flowing creature, and we can't just be like, well, if we're gonna give it to you underwater but not above ground, so we just gave it to them in general. One thing to note, though, as you can see here, is that there is a combat mounting recharge increase, and what we've done is essentially we've taken the Warclaw's combat mounting cooldown system and we have applied it to the Skimmer as well, mainly because of the fact that this is something that you're just going to get on all Skimmers regardless of Mastery line, like it's just a core addition that we gave, similar to the Warclaw. And so the way that we had to kind of set up this system to make sure that it's balanced and not exploitable is they share that cooldown deprecation buff system. So if you were to hop into combat with your Skimmer and then dismount and then hop into combat with your Warclaw is taking into consideration that same buff that you got from the Skimmer, and that's just to make sure that people, that we're not allowing for potential exploiting through the usage of those mechanics. So just one more time, they share the same cooldown mechanic, essentially. Instead of just on the Warclaw now, it is both of them using the same thing.
But that's not, okay. So I think right now, you can, if you've got all the masteries and everything, you can combat mount with the Sky Scale, and you can combat mount with the Warclaw, but I think there's separate cooldowns. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the combat mounting with the Skimmer and the combat mounting Warclaw are sharing a cooldown, but they're separate from the Sky Scale? Do you guys think I'm correct on that statement?
Can we swap back to the homestead map?
Yep.
It's taking the lights out on us.
It has taken lights on us, yes. And also it is very beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Think so too. Okay.
Question about what's considered a floor. Do big water areas count as a floor?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anything. So water counts as a floor, ground counts as a floor, these props count as a floor. It is anything that you can collide with. And so you can collide with a water surface, you can collide with this ground, you can collide with this, but you can't collide with the air. And so that's why the air is not considered ground, because it's like if gravity pulls you to it and it will stop you, it is considered ground.
Makes sense.
At least as far as I'm aware. There might be a programmer that's like, Nick, you're actually wrong about this one part. So yeah, to the best of my knowledge, I will say.
Wait, what? I AFK'd for 10 minutes earlier, and I came back and Muck had transformed into a bunny girl. I was told this is normal and his ears are generally tucked away. Oh gosh, what's her name with the bunny ears? I raided her after the morning stream. You must have gotten dragged along with that raid. Zepla, yeah.
I have another question about the increase in speed boost if you have the Path of Fire masteries and the Visions of Eternity. Does that affect all maps or just VoE maps?
All maps. So the way the speed boost works, thank you for calling that as well, is that if you already have the Hover High mastery trained, we also wanted to give a little bit more value for that as well, since this can essentially affect the way that your hover gains height. And so if you have the Hover High mastery trained on the base Skimmer from Path of Fire, and you get the Slipstream Boost mastery with Visions of Eternity, the height that you can gain with Slipstream Boost and the speed are increased. So there's kind of like two tiers of it. There's the only VoE version, and then there is the VoE and POF version. So what we're also showcasing today is the VoE and POF version. So the other one is a little weaker, but not so much so that it's going to feel just significantly different. But maybe instead of hitting this cliff, you would end up right here, depending on the stamina drain and things like that. So it's a you definitely want to have both, but it's not going to make the use of Slipstream Boost completely useless if you don't have both.
Okay. And one last thing that you've demonstrated before, but we can demonstrate one more time. How smooth is the ley line transition from air to water?
I can show that, yeah.
The answer is very smooth.
Hopefully it's very smooth. I mean, it also depends on the trajectory of the ley line and the speed. And so, depending on what ley lines you're using, it can make it a little bit, bumpy. But, yeah, we tried to make sure that it was smooth across the board. And so, what you see there is kind of what it should look like on
that was
launch.
fine.
Yeah, awesome.
That was not bad.
All right, well, I think that's going to wrap things up. Thank you so much, Nick. This has been very, very informative. I've seen a lot of good comments in the chat.
That's good.
Gang, make sure that keep your eyes peeled on all of our channels. We've got some great stuff coming up to tease the expansion. Remember, Visions of Eternity, our next expansion launches on October 28th. You can pre-purchase now and get a whole bunch of goodies. They actually give you the goodies now in the live game. A lot of them are delivered immediately, like the mount skin we were showing off and the Commodore hat. Stay tuned. Next week, we're going to be doing some teases of some hairstyles that are going to be coming up. And in 2 weeks, I'm working on a blog that's going to be going out to talk about raids after Visions of Eternity launches. So some things to whet your appetite as we...
Now, if I had been Nick, when Richie said hairstyles, if I had been Nick, I would have been like...
we approach the final few weeks.
He missed a golden opportunity.
Nick, anything else you want to say? Thank you so much.
Thank you all for tuning in, and to those who are going to watch the VOD, hopefully you like it. I'm going to be staring at the forums to see how people feel about these things. So hopefully y'all like it, but if you don't, please don't hesitate to let us know. Always open to whatever feedback that we can get. And while we don't have much time to action on significant feedback, like your opinions do matter with this kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
So yeah, also shout out again to the player who made this, that gave it to us at PAX. And yeah,
awesome.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody.
That was a great call out.
Real quick little thing. At the Seattle get-together, one memory I have there is everybody got like a ticket with a number on it when you came in, and they did giveaways. And they'd be like, oh, ticket number 666, you win a ride to hell, whatever. So-and-so, you get a Funko Pop, things like that. I didn't win anything, but there was one some person that like they called a winner, and like no one was responding. And then like really faintly, because they had a quiet voice, you see the Skimmer thing, like, it's me, like in the back, and everyone's like, the Skimmer, yeah! And everyone was freaking out, and like the crowd kind of parted to let the Skimmer through.
Our official forums are the best place to leave any feedback that you have.
I don't even remember what they got, but they got something.
Look at that feedback constantly. So please post over there and let us know what you think.
Actually,
thanks so much.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Sorry, Richie. Yeah. I do have one more thing. I completely forgot. I also want to give a special shout out to Carl McLean. He actually, at the very beginning of the expansion, did like the earliest iteration prototype of the Skimmer, and he was the main designer for the Warclaw adjustments in Janthier Wilds. And so it's like, I just want to give him a shout out as well, because like we would not have been able to kind of find really the core fun in a lot of this without his experience and his knowledge. So yeah, he's an amazing designer. Just wanted to call him out too, because it takes a village for this kind of stuff.
Good job, Carl.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Everything that you've seen, there's a whole bunch of people making this, and even just getting this live stream going. Like we have Summer behind the camera here, and so thanks to everybody involved in making the stuff we're showing for Visions of Eternity and setting up this live stream. I appreciate you, Nick, and I hope everybody out there has an amazing weekend, and we'll see you next time. Happy gaming.
Happy gaming.
They did pretty good, chat. I think they did pretty good. Fast forwarding to see if there's anything else. All right, cool. Okay, so pretty cool. Most of that was covered in previous blog posts and stuff, but it was neat seeing it. So with that, what I'm gonna do now, chat, is gonna follow along with our new tradition that we started not too long ago, and I am gonna do my best to TLDR this, because there's a lot of folks who like to just get to the point chunk. So this is for the people that want to fast forward all the way to the TLDR. Like, look, I want to know what's coming, but I don't want to watch an hour of this. Can you just tell me? So this goes out to those people who just want a TLDR. So, just finished watching the live stream. Nick and Richie did a fantastic job showing it off, and going to try to condense all the information that they gave into a couple of minutes. So, here we go. The Skimmer. You are going to unlock the Skimmer if you didn't already have it, or if you did already have it, you're going to get the new version of the Skimmer with the new graphic after a couple of quests into Visions of Eternity. Very similar to how a couple of quests into Janthier Wilds, you unlocked the new fuzzy wuzzy adorable Warclaw, and you got the new mastery line unlocked, and you got the new graphic for it if you wish to use that. It's going to work the same in Visions of Eternity. Couple quests in, you get the Skimmer. If you didn't already have it, you get the new graphic, and the mastery line becomes unlocked after that. It does not require Path of Fire to obtain it. The Skimmer will come with a few moves, and I'm going to go over them right here. The one key is barrel roll, which it already has in the game right now. If you don't have the Skimmer, you do an actual barrel roll. If it passes through any friendlies, it heals them. Enemies, it damages them, and then you're dismounted. Now, when you click it, it will use one pip of your stamina. There are 3 pips here, and it will not dismount you. So you could do multiple barrel rolls through people. If you hit someone with a heal and then you immediately turn around and barrel roll through them again, subsequent heals will be smaller from barrel roll because they wanted to make it not completely overpowered to just, be spam healing someone infinitely with Skimmer, and they didn't want it to be suddenly become the best healer in the game. So 1, repeated healing from barrel roll on the same target will get reduced, and 2, you do have limitations because of your stamina. If you want to dismount, you can just press the 1 key and hold it for a second. You will do 1 barrel roll and then dismount instead of staying on the Skimmer. And I would assume, though they never actually said this, that just like how it is now, you could just click the mount button again and you'll just drop right to the ground without, launching yourself forward at all. Slipstream Boost is the second button. Slipstream Boost, once you press it, what it will do is give you a speed boost for a time. And they talked about that right about here. And you see it's on cooldown, that's the 2 button, and he's faster now. While the boost is active, it will increase your movement speed. It will also increase how up you go when you hold the space bar. So anyone with a Skimmer knows if you hold the jump key, you'll kind of go up a little bit. If the 2 key is active, you'll go up way more than before. It will also use up your endurance more quickly, but you can gain a lot of altitude. If you go up and then you start to fall and you use the dash, you will not be falling while doing the dash animation. So if you are in an area and you go really high and then you're falling, you could go dash, 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 and you can cover a very large amount of distance. In similar but not the same fashion as when a griffin dives from a high area and then goes forward a very large amount of distance. But you will be able to go very far because of a couple of factors. 1, the dashing stops your falling, and 2, the Skimmer has a very slow fall rate. It has a much slower fall rate than I think every other one of the mounts. Slipstream Boost can be used first all of these can be used underwater. They show them all underwater later on. The 3 key is water jets. The water jets, let me fast forward a little bit here and see if we can show any footage of that. Okay, right there, they were shooting it at each other a little bit. So the water jets will hurt an enemy, it will heal allies, and it works with action camera. If no target, it will fire at your mouse cursor if your mouse cursor is within a cone of whichever way your Skimmer is facing. So you can't just turn your camera around and fire behind you, and it's not just gonna fire at its backside like it just had Chipotle or something. You gotta have the Skimmer at least pointed in the general direction, and it can go at your mouse cursor if you don't have a target. So it'll go to your target, it will heal allies, it will hurt enemies, it will pierce, and it will work in the water. It will only work within its cone of view, and if you don't have a target, it will go to your mouse cursor if your mouse is within your cone of view. It does not do siege damage, which was kind of an interesting thing to mention, but it's good to know. And this was really odd, it can revive allies. Additionally, you can see the 3 button has got charges in the top right. It can hold up to 10 charges. And if you tap it, it can fire little bolts, but if you just hold the button down, it just goes and it just releases all 10 shots. It just empties the whole magazine. If someone is downstate, you can just water gun them and you can do a whole lot of reviving healing on them. I have no idea why they added that. I was very surprised to hear that, but they showed it. They showed one of the 2 devs went downstate and the other one went with the water gun, and they hit them with a whole bunch of green numbers. So, interesting. Next up, you got leyline gliding on this thing. If you turn off the setting that turns leyline gliding on or off, like the consent to leyline glide, that will affect both this mount and the sky scale. It is the same button that the sky scale has for this same setting. You can use your dash to break out of the leyline, just like you can with the sky scale if you wish to do that. Next up is the masteries. Those are the moves. I should mention one more. This one right here, that is looks like shift 2 for him. That is ether location. It's kind of like echolocation. It works in any body of water that is large enough, including classic core Tyria. So if you go in Classic Corteria and you go into Deep Water, this can activate. It will automatically ping around you every 3 seconds. You do not have to mash the key like you do have to with Scent on the Warclaw. It'll automatically do a ping every 3 seconds, and it will occasionally find treasures. Essentially, the ether location will occasionally kind of spawn in a treasure chest, and it'll be like, oh, you found something, and then there'll be a treasure chest like on the ocean floor near you, and then you can go in there and get it. So it's very similar to Sniff, but it's purely automatic. You just got to keep an eye on your map, or it'll have like a written text message that pops up that's like, your skimmer found something interesting. So just keep an eye out for that, and then go down and grab whatever it is if you wish to do so. Okay, so that's it for the new buttons. And a couple of people in my chat asked about these over here. These are all in the game already. Like this one makes all your mounts invisible. That is from Iceberg Saga. Like all of these here are existing. These are not brand new. You may just not have seen them. Okay, so masteries. Let's skip ahead a bit to these. All right, so the first one is Advanced Hydrodynamics. You can now dive with the skimmer using the newly unlocked dive skill on the skimmer skill bar. Note, there is already a mastery in the game to go underwater with the skimmer. This is another way of getting that. It then says if you already had the Skimming the Depths mount mastery that I just mentioned, this will also increase the base speed of your skimmer and give you stealth whenever you enter or exit water with a 30-second cooldown. So anyone who already did the previous underwater training, you get a very nice bonus of a permanent speed boost. So that's fantastic and an excellent bone to throw to the people that have already done it. And because of that, I once again encourage anyone that is just, prepping for the expansion, go ahead and get that underwater skimmer mastery because it's going to stack. The next one that they showed, fast forwarding just a little bit here till he gets his mouse on it, is Castoran Intuition. For the Engage skill, holding down the skill key will now dismount instead of clicking. Clicking the skill will instead activate the dash, but not the dismount. You can also use the newly unlocked Ether Location skill to toggle a pulsing sonar that detects nearby threats and hidden underwater treasures while enabled. So before you have this mastery, the skimmer's one key will work the way it does now. You tap it, you do one barrel roll, you dismount. This gives you the extra stamina pips. Barrel rolling once will no longer dismount you unless you want it to, and it gives you Ether Location. So it's basically giving you 2 skills, so a lot of value in that one thing. And then skipping ahead, Convergent Evolution. While the Slipstream Boost skill is active, holding down a hover skill will ascend further, so more up, into the air than previously allowed for the duration of the skill. For the Water Jet skill, aim your skimmer at enemies and allies that you wish to target and let the projectiles loose. So this gives you access to Slipstream, giving you a big upward boost, and also the Water Jets. And you can see revive percentage is actually on the tooltip there. So pretty crazy. Riptide Rider is the final one. Ley lines are flows of magical energy. To use ley lines, simply direct your skimmer into them and allow the energy flow to boost your mount along. Updrafts are pillars of swirling wind. To use updrafts, simply fly your mount into them and receive an elevation boost. So this will let you use updrafts and let you use ley lines. A couple of notes, though, to remember, because this is not, they said many times they do not want this to be a mount that replaces everything and be an end-all be-all mount. Just like it does now, the skimmer turns like a boat. Okay, like it does not make sharp turns. It's like you hold down turn left and it's like, like someone doing a donut in an intersection. Like it's very wide turns and stuff like that. So if you're never used to skimmer before, it might take you a little bit of practice. Like you're like, oh, there's an updraft right to the left of me. Oh God. And you just like circle all the way around it and you never actually come into contact with the thing. So, it is not going to be perfect for every situation. They don't want it to be, but they want it to be a new, really good tool for many situations. And I think they did pretty good with that. They also showed, because of the mechanic where you can use a slipstream and hover high and get really high in the air, and then every time you dash, your falling stops, and you have slow falling because of the innate slow falling on the skimmer. They went to lowland shore in part of this stream, and they got to a high point, and they basically flew on the skimmer across all of lowland shore. Another thing that they pointed out was a map that it is terrible on. They took it to Amnitas. Now, the skimmer, they talked about this at length, but the TLDR is the skimmer, the way that it works is when you hit hover, it will, the game, the code of the game will measure the distance between the skimmer and the ground and then add to that distance. And because it's coded that way, it doesn't work if there's no ground. Amnitas and the zones in Soto, in that area, don't have ground in many places because they're like floating islands. So if you try to use the skimmer to go between those islands, it's not good. It's not good. It's not going to work very well. So just accept the fact that it is not good in those environments, but all these new features work really well pretty much everywhere else. They talked about trying to fix that, but they said that it would have been an absolutely massive amount of work to recode the skimmer from scratch to work in those 3 zones that it was not currently working in. And they opted to not do that. And to Nick, if you see this, I totally forgive you and will not give you any crap about it if you fix Mechanus underwater. That's the deal I offer you. Okay, so going back over here, just skimming my notes here. I made a bunch of notes. I'm trying to see if I have anything else here. Someone asked from their chat, they said, does the skimmer adaptation speed boost affect all maps? And they said, yes, it does affect all maps. Just like how ether location will work in bodies of water in all maps, including core Tyria. The final thing is you can mount the skimmer in combat. However, it is worth knowing it shares the cooldown with the Warclaw. Now, currently, if you have all masteries, you can mount in combat if you're on the Warclaw with a short cooldown, and you can mount in combat with the Sky Scale on a longer cooldown. It's the one where you launch into the air and then get on your Sky Scale. So my understanding right now is that this shares a cooldown with the Warclaw combat mount. So you can't be in combat, mount on your skimmer, for some reason dismount, like maybe barrel roll through the enemy and dismount, and then mount on your Warclaw 1 second later. It'll be on cooldown. But I believe there's the Sky Scale cooldown and then the Warclaw / skimmer cooldown, and they're separate. That's my current understanding. And that's everything. Richie and Nick did a really great job on this. They did a wonderful stream. There was a couple of times some unexpected stuff happened. Nick clearly knew what he was doing, and he just punched in some dev codes. He turned the sun off one time, but the rest of it, he was able to handle every little snag that they had come up. And they very clearly were able to showcase everything they were talking about. And it was a really good stream. So once again, I think that's all we've got for this one. If you got any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, or anything that I missed, put them in the comment section down below. If you would like to get the underwater skimmer mastery that already exists in the game, I'll throw a link to my guide on that. It's a couple years old, but it is still accurate. You need Path of Fire to do it, but I'll throw the video in the description as well as a pinned comment if you're interested in that, and I'll fight you in the comment section. Hey, one take. There we go. Excellent. All right, chat. I'm gonna turn the alerts back on and put this over here. Okay, let me log back into my Guild Wars 2. I'm gonna make the screen dark for a second so I can type down my password. All right. I think they did a really good job there. They
Sarge
clearly...
Marsh raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Thank you again for the raid, Sarge. I messaged him in the chat. But yeah, they did a solid job. They clearly knew what they were talking about, and it showed. That's it. The flashbang is over. I'm sure we could flashbang more. Wait, what is this? Hang on a second. Someone sent me... Hold on a sec. Someone sent me like a comic or something. Alright, so this is a World of Warcraft comic, but I sent it to a guy in our guild that is very much a char enjoyer. And she's a rogue, and she's hitting a target dummy, and she says, my damage stinks now. I can't figure out this new rotation. And she says, don't you have a class Discord? Those nerds theorycraft all day. And she goes, good idea. And she looks, and it's just pictures of a cat. She goes, that's the Feral Druid Discord. And she goes, oh. And it's just a whole bunch of, like, sniffa emotes and stuff like that. So I sent that to some enthusiastic char enjoyers in our Discord. And then someone just sent me back, I fixed it. And it's a conduit. And it says, my damage stinks, I can't figure out the new rotation. Don't you have a class Discord? Those nerds theorycraft all day. Oh, good idea. That's the core Revenant. Oh, oops. And I think the joke here is that conduit is no better than base Revenant. And I would say that I think Lord Hyzen would agree with you. Mike, did you hear the part about the next 2 streams? No, I did not. What was the part about the next 2 streams? Tell me. Let's see. I somehow find the impossible ways to die by falling. Congratulations. Next week's stream, hair salon talk. Oh, who cares? My guy is aquadynamic. He don't need no hair. He don't need no hair. All right. Let's get that free stuff, chat. The Bezos hairdo? Yeah. When you have enough money, you don't need hair. You mean hydrodynamic? No, not hydrodynamic. What are you wearing? I'm wearing... Is it so weird that I'm not wearing a black shirt today? I'm wearing the chainmail hoodie that one of y'all sent me. Because I was like, you know what? I feel like it. Yes. I'm gonna wear a bright white shirt tomorrow. Just blind all of you the whole stream. His chair is still crackling. Yeah, I know. Jackals was talking about it a lot during the thing. Because you were sparkling? I know, but there was nothing I could do about it right then, so it was nothing to really say. Monk, my guild is running Sliver Waste if you're looking for something to do for your stream. Oh, I'm good, Greg, but thank you. Muck stream in 2 weeks, raid talk. Raid talk? Okay, well, that's probably going to be worth covering. Okay, let's see. Homestead done. Maybe it was a reflection from the lights and somehow reflects a green way that made it crackle. Hang on. Yeah, there's a little bit of crackle around the chair. But if I move the slider, hang on. Okay, so that's worse. And see, if I do this until the chair stops twitching, look at the background. You see that? So I think this is the best spot. So we are going to leave it right there. And boop, 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 boop. Paint the chair green. I'm reminded of a streamer I saw once that he had like a fancy looking like gamer chair. And then he revealed one day that he was sitting on a stool and the fancy chair back was just like part of his stream background. It was just an image. And he was sitting on like a little stool. He didn't actually have the chair. The beard is starting to grow back. I mean, I shave literally every single morning. So it's always perpetually growing back. It's trying to escape. Why pay for the chair when you can green screen it in? There you go. That's right. Those things are awful for your spine anyway. Dude, tell you guys something crazy. I'm trying to figure out. I told you guys when I went to Seattle and I walked around like a whole day and I was awake like 21 hours, just like, you know, chatting with people. The next day my feet were absolutely killing me. They still hurt. It's like almost 2 weeks later. And it's like, it's not like the crippling pain of the day after. But it's like they are still sore. Like it still feels like I'm walking on old bruises when I walk around. I don't know what's going on. Like, and like ever since then, I'm doing my normal routine, which involves, let me tell you, a whole lot of sitting down. So I have not, like, exacerbated the problem. It's just taken forever to go back to normal. That's because you never walk. No, you got the cause and the effect backwards. I have a treadmill. I used to run on it 30 to 60 minutes a day. I stopped because this happened to my feet, and then I recovered, and then it happened again, and then I'm like, okay, muck the treadmill, I'm done running, and then it happened again when I went to Seattle. Hurts to put weight on or when you move? No, like it's fine right now. It's like when I stand up and walk around, so I'm putting my body weight on it, it feels like I'm walking on bruises. Do you have an arch in your foot? I don't even know. I don't even know how to identify that. Muk, sounds like you need to start wearing minimal shoes, no padding to strengthen feet muscles. Blech. Could be thrombosis. What's your favorite Skimmer skin? Not that. Oh god. Hang on. Give me a sec. Non-lethal. This one. That one. I'm sure if you start an OnlyFeet, some podiatrist via WebMD will diagnose it. Do we get a discount code for the plushie? Asking before I buy. I do not have a discount code for the plushie. It is just the price on the website. It is 30 USD with roughly 9 USD shipping worldwide, which may vary slightly on some countries. My favorite part of the Mukluk stream is old grandpa strutting injuries like it's Christmas Eve. No, I'm hoping one of you guys knows some like magic thing to fix it, but it's probably not. Like the other day, I complained about my phone, and someone was like, "Oh yeah, you got to go into the settings, and you got to ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ding, ba-ba-boom," and it fixes it, and it did. So, because often complaining to you guys, just like getting 1,000 more eyes on the problem, someone knows what to do. But then you get somebody else that's like, "Oh yeah, microwave your phone; it charges the whole thing in 5 seconds," and I have to tune those out. There's always someone trying to kill me in the chat. Roll your feet on a tennis ball. Huh? What are the chances a new race gets added in Guild Wars? Probably none. They've never added one since the game launched. So I don't think it's going to happen. Microwave your feet. If you charge your phone in the microwave, you'll never have to charge it again. Yeah. Think you need shoe inserts? Maybe. I don't know. I heard the tennis ball foot thing before. It massages it. So, wait, hold on. I'm trying to understand this. Are you saying you just, like, put your foot on a ball and then just, like, move your foot, like, forward and back? Is that what you're saying? Because, like, I could try that easily enough. It wouldn't hurt anything. Yeah. And that like helps in some way? Yes. Huh. I mean, wouldn't really hurt me to try that. Not like microwaving my foot. Or with a frozen water bottle. It's the same concept as a foam roller. Rolling your foot over another object tends to help, moves muscles, helps readjust for proper movement. Not a fix-all, but tends to be easier than going for a foot massage. I have a planar fasciitis. The tennis balls and stretching helps a lot. Okay. I might have to try that out. Because that sounds pretty harmless, not like the microwave thing. So I might have to give that a shot. Because certainly over the years, something has gone wrong with my footsies. To the point where I had to, like, I stopped doing the treadmill thing. And then it's like the problem went away. And I'm like, okay, I guess they're just prone to injury now. And then the Seattle thing. And I'm like, okay, that really hurt. I guess I'm just really tired from walking all day. And then 2 weeks later, I'm like, yo, what the hell? When are you guys going to heal? Like, what's happening? What's going on? You could do that while you sit and play. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Have to find one. Hey Mike, I wonder if you noticed the new UI buttons in the dev stream in the hero panel. And when they showed off the map, they also showed a new compass button. I did not see that, no. I have major foot problems, ended up with Skechers shoes, much less pain. I've been using New Balance, you know, the old man shoes. I've been using those for decades. Like, I think in high school I was already using New Balance shoes. And it's been fine, other than these rare, like, WTF is going on moments. You have an account of Skittles? Yes. Oh, wait. I don't think I made a save point there. Nope, I didn't. Getting back up here would have sucked. Could try getting arch support inserts off of Amazon. Are arch supports usable by anyone, or do you have to get like one molded to your foot or something? What's happening after smashing all chests? No plans currently. Also put your feet up by laying, for example. Give them more rest time than just sitting. There are fancy molded arch supports, but there's also a lot of options for choice. Get barefoot shoes. Huh? What did that just be, barefoot? White tee with the pocket, blue jean shorts, aka jorts and New Balances. Just need light grass stains and you could be my father? Oh my gosh. No, I don't have any jorts. What add-on made the Mount Circle tool? It's called Mounts and More. It's part of Blish HUD. If you do exclamation mark Blish, you can see it. People are theorizing what Muck has and when to amputate. Yeah, they said the pain will go away if I replace my legs with robot legs. So yeah, just gotta chop them off. Easy peasy. No more pain. Do you feel like commanding a Bava meta? Not at the moment. I'm in the middle of something. I'm reminded of an article I saw once, and they're like, this man with 2 prosthetic legs climbed Mount Everest. What's your excuse? And the top most upvoted reply was, my feet hurt. I'll go get my World War I bone saw out. Why do you have that? Squaddle's up. Oh boy. Check something. Okay. Muck, on a real note, a foot hammock works well too. I've never heard of that, but I think I can immediately picture what it is just by the name. Anyone can use arch supports. I do 15K steps at work a day, and they saved me after I got fasciitis. Okay, hold on. What is this? Define fasciitis. Inflammation of the fascia of a muscle or an organ. What's a fascia? A detachable covering for the front part of a mobile phone. That's not it. A thin sheath of fibrous tissue enclosing a muscle or another organ. Okay. I found a picture of a foot with like a bright red area kind of under the heel. I guess that's it. Muck is a phone. I am phone. Who was phone? Yeah, it's not only this though, because it's like this. What is this? Plantar fasciitis. It says it's pain in the bottom of the heel. For me, it's like the whole bottom of my foot. So it's not just that. So that could be related to it, but that's definitely not the whole thing. Also, I am in a box. I am the prize. Your reward is me. Ah, bonk, 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 bonk. Alright. If you mean the saw, look at med school as well, they would accept that material. How much for muck feet pics? Feet pics? A serve feet or real life feet? I deal with plantar fasciitis. It's not fun time, but manageable.
42 months Mukluk dancing. Next
Yes.
goal 420 Mukluk love.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Windshark. Appreciate that. Alright, that is done. First reel though, do the tennis ball. Yeah. Or you said a frozen water bottle or something. I'll have to move things up here, but I'll try to make it set up so I could do that in here. Let's see. I worked a desk job. I got so used to having to a prop up for my feet under my desk, I got spoiled. If they asked you to voice one of the Asuras in game, would you ever do it? Hell yeah! That sounds amazing, dude. That sounds like it would be a lot of fun. I would absolutely do that. Now, I don't think that's ever gonna happen, but yeah, sounds fun. I would do it. I'd be in the newbie zone like, bah, weep, grana, weep, nanny bomb. Newbie's like, what? Bah, weep, grana, weep, nanny bomb. Hey kid, you want to buy a golem? Sure, just not the right part of the US to look want to donate to. As visit folks, use the mad psyker voice from Darktide. Just hit him with the O. Oh! Use your war cry. Ah, yes, the universal greeting. And then you trade them an Energon goodie. That's right. An Energon snack. I heard compression socks are nice too. I need some of those. I have foot issues sometimes, not terrible. I'll have to see what I can figure out. Quick question. I was thinking of playing a Sword Celestial Reaper build I found on YouTube. But it's like 1 year old. Do you know if that would still be an okay build to play for open world? I don't think Reaper's changed much in the year. I think if that worked a year ago, I think that would still work the same today. To my knowledge. Don't know of anything else there that would mess that up. Can you be a healer in this game? Yes, you can, Nin. And what it might shock you to hear, every single one of the 9 base classes has heal builds. They can indeed. Let's see. My parents both swear by frozen Costco water bottles. They have like, I think 5 in the freezer currently. What, for the foot thing? Dagger Sword is doing more damage and self-heal on Reaper though. Hola, hi Maddie. Heal Zerker is best healer. I don't know if it's best healer. It's a healer. Let's see. Titanic Voyage is going on. That frog has a top hat. Mr. Ribbington. Good check on Bava. See if people are doing that. But looking at your heal like Wolbender build earlier, and I think I'll use it, but change Feel My Wrath skill for Signet of Courage for more healing. Okay. What are you using to show the events on your screen? An overlay called Event Table. If you do !Blish in my chat, a link will come up with a bunch of add-ons, and one of them is called Event Table. That's the one that's doing it. Grab a thing from the table. Oh man, cool. Got here just in time for this crap. CC! Uh-oh. Oh, come on! I got here just in time to do all my CC and die. Ripperoni. I did the special action key twice. I did the mace skills twice. I did the storm spirit. I did the, I set the goat in there. I'm getting a little bit of lag right now. Every time I weapon swap, my ambush is not working quite right. Try to get that guy up. Alright, we're coming up on the next CC phase. Oh, nice. Most of us are stunned in the sky for this one. Alright, AoE Rose. Oh, man. Is Chip still around? No. Hashtag not my fault. I did a ton of CC, and I rezzed 5 people, and then I just assumed they did no CC. Not my fault. Mug vidcam. It's fine! Jaggles, you're too demanding today. Stop. You've hit your quota. Are you on EU? I'm on NA right now. Top-notch squad. Well, it is a pug. You know what, chat? This is gonna sound crazy coming from me. I actually have the urge to play a build I tried once in one of my I Tried videos that I've never ever had the urge to play before. You want to try to guess what it is? It's on a class that I have literally never wanted to play other than for an I Tried video. Like the entire class. I'll give you guys a second to chew on that. I'm just in a mood to dust it off and try it again. Oh no.
Let's rock.
We're dead.
Wake me up inside. Can't wake up.
It's heal Spectre. The Plague Doctor heals Spectre. With the zap zap zaps. Kinda have the urge to try it again and reevaluate my thoughts on it. Is Muck okay? No, I'm not. I just died 3 times on Lex Talion. Who dat?
Ninja Doog graded my stream with 2 viewers.
Doog. Ninja Doog. Thank you, Ninja. Probably Doug. Appreciate that. Welcome. There we go. First try. Easy. Alright. Support Untamed. First try. Mm-hmm. That's for everyone just tuning in. First try. First of all, at home. I guessed the Spectre immediately because I remember you saying you hated Thief. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just, currently I'm in the mood to try it out again. I guess Lara's about influence on Muck. I don't even know what she means. When last time I rated her, which was either yesterday or the day before, she was playing a Necro, I think. I think most people think of Lara as a Elementalist. I am healing all the turtles. I think of her as a slowpoke. A slowpoke. Keep the turtles alive. Turtles break wall. I'm the white char in your frame. I see only turtles. And a big wing hitting me in the back of the eye. The stupid wing! Who is that? I'll kill you! Are they even, like, spitting fireballs or anything? Or they're just hovering there? I saw one fireball. Mike, day 13 with a newborn, and you're keeping me alive. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. I don't know if you're the, from the chat. I don't know if you're the mom or the dad. Are you and your spouse doing okay? Is mom recovering okay? Smash you with a baby emote. Vashot, yes, I'm fine. Wife is sleeping. With the baby asleep. Nice. Yeah, my wife, when she had our son, there was some like minor complication as far as like, you know, how bad complications can be with childbirth. She had some minor ones, but she had to get a bunch of stitches, and so she was really slow moving for about a week or so there, you know, while she was recuperating. Ah, summon the guy. All barriers have been breached. Nice. She's doing well, light stitches, but she's a monster. Was in labor from Thursday to Saturday. Oh my god. My wife's didn't last that long. And she tried to tough through it for like a while, and finally she broke down and got the epidural to get rid of as much of the pain as possible. What's an epidural? Oh, okay. I only have a very basic understanding of it. I know it's kind of like, you know what an IV is? Like you get like a needle in your arm and it like drips in medicine, so you're kind of getting medicine over time. An epidural is like that, but in your spine. So for sanitation, like everyone else has to leave the room, and then they needle somewhere in there. I don't know exactly where it goes in, but you get a needle back there. And then it's instant in your entire system. So, like, they had me step out of the room while they did that when she asked for it. And then when I came back in, she was like, hi. You know, like those videos where someone just got their wisdom teeth pulled and they're high as a kite. She was, like, from normal and in pain to that in, like, 2 seconds. Whoa, that knockback. Nice hoodie, is it new? One of y'all sent it to me. Oh, there was one day we were watching a video of Rose MMOs and I was complimenting his chainmail looking hoodie. And I was like, oh man, I want one of those, and someone sent me one. Just gonna follow this guy. Hopefully he knows where he's going. is a lot of conditions. What region is Muck in? This is Bava Nisos. This was the very latest map that was added. This was the final map of Janthier Wilds. Oh, I'm sorry. You meant EU or NA? I'm on NA right now, if that's what you meant. There's no healthcare to be found here. The only thing keeping these people alive is me and a very expensive doctor's bill. Oh, the shield's back up. Okay, I think we got one more of these organs, or nodules, to take out. Hi, Neoff.
Oh, would you look at the time?
Yo, Jester with the tier 3. Thank you, Jester. Appreciate that. Oh no! Fly, you fools! Kill the virus? Actually, I think we kind of are the virus. We're killing the main body right now. We're fighting those white blood cells. When can we get our drops back? I mean, Craigor, you can get drops right now. If you are having any trouble getting them, I've got a 1-minute video under the exclamation no drops command that is for troubleshooting that, if you need it. But you should be able to go ahead and get drops right now. Livy addresses the group. Alright, cool. So we did finish it. Alright. We're the virus, they're the virus, who cares? Where's Minimuck? Wait, what? Oh, he's currently off. So I kind of felt like the screen was a bit too cluttered with having him in the corner, and then also this guy, and then also me, and then sometimes Chip. So while I've got the little plushie ad up, he's kind of on vacation for the moment. I didn't, I just felt like there was too much stuff on the screen. Where's my white mantle outfit? What? I mean, Craigor, we just talked to you, and people gave you like 2 paragraphs of stuff on how to get it. Of course, my sub renews while Minimuck is on vacation. Well, his voice thing is still on. It's just he's not visibly there. Someone in map chat said that meta wasn't so bad. It's like, we died every single time like Stallion stomped. Just saying. They should have done something at the end of this story saying because you wiped out Bavanisos, there's nothing holding back some other threat from invading. That's kind of a World of Warcraft shtick, isn't it? Like, oh, you fought the Horde? Oh, or they were just a tool of the demons. Oh, you fought the Lich King? Oh, he was a tool of the demons. Oh, the demons? They're a tool of the Burning Legion. Oh, the Burning Legion? They're actually from space. Oh, they're... It just kept going up and up and up and up and up. Does the Plus ship worldwide? Yes, it does. Yeah, it has $9 US worldwide shipping. That might change slightly depending on where you're located, but it does have worldwide shipping. Vapiki says, do I absolutely need the achievement Scholar of Secrets to craft a legendary weapon? It depends. Okay, so this is for Generation 2 legendary weapons. This stuff is for Gen 1, I think. And then... Wait, hold on. Heart of Thorns legendary weapons. That's for Gen 2s. These are for Gen 1s. And then End of Dragons had... I think End of Dragons had a thing for Gen 3s. I can't recall. But the short answer is it depends on what you're making. Also, Gen 1s and Gen 3s can be traded and sold, so you could just, you know, earn a bunch of coin and then buy one of those from another player if you wanted. Sargeras was battling Void Lords in Muck you never knew? No, I don't think I knew that. When did I'm trying to think. I played the first, the launch of Battle for Azeroth, and then that was the last time I opened the game. And I don't know what happened in Legion or anything after that. Like, I know that Shadowlands, when it came out, a lot of people disliked it, and they kind of retconned it a bit. You play Guild Wars 2? Yeah. Yes, Barry9, I do. I want to craft Incinerator. Okay, so Incinerator is the Generation 1 dagger. It is tradable. You can buy Incinerator from another player on the trading post, or you can do the quest to craft it yourself. If you're going to craft it yourself, I would say, rather than crafting the precursor for Incinerator... Chat, what is the precursor for Incinerator? Someone give me the name if you would. Spark, thank you. All right, so rather than going through all the pain of crafting spark, just buy spark from somebody else. It starts at 38 gold. And then you don't, I think you won't need the masteries if you just buy this thing from somebody else and then go from there. Give me just a minute, chat. My boy's here. Let me tell him goodnight. I will be back. Okay, I'm back. I just came back and all I see is me like attacking Muck right before he cuts to minion eating ramen. Yeah, he likes to do that. Let's see. Was that when the Sylvanas attacks the Lich King and breaks his helm? Yeah, that was the Shadowlands opening cinematic trailer. I was imitating your speech from a moment ago, not berating you, my guy. What, Plag, what are you berating me about now? I don't even know what's going on. Be glad he didn't fart. How do you know he didn't? To my knowledge, he didn't. I think I'm safe on this one. Okay. Let's see what was in that box. Probably amalgamated. Okay. Chat, if I have 6 of the same rune in my exotic gear for all the stats, if I change only 2 gear items to Ascended and put 2 of the same rune, do I still have 6 out of 6? Yes. Yeah, it doesn't matter if the gear is exotic or Ascended. If you have 6 of that rune, you have the 6-piece bonus, period. Another fun fact, when you go underwater, your rebreather replaces your hat. So you want the same rune on your rebreather, otherwise when you go underwater, you lose the 6-piece bonus. Alright, chat, just because I want to, I'm gonna log on my thief. Oh my god. I don't even remember how to play it. I'm just feeling the desire to break laws. So we're gonna hop over to this guy. And he's still trapped in a box. Ah! Skyscale. Ah! Oh my god. Let me out! Let me out! This isn't going well. That didn't work. I think we're gonna have to teleport. Oh, I could get some. I could get that 20 slot back. Hang on. Let me go to this guy for a sec. Congrats, Muck. You are the treasure. I know it. You did too many crimes. Got put in jail. Type / stuck. No, I think it's better to just run around and just scream. All right, let's go here. Where are those? All right, that's a 20 slot bag. That's a 20 slot bag. Those are bag slots. All right, we'll give those to the thief. Your lockpick skill was too low. I'm going for bolt the old-fashioned way, and holy smokes, I can see why just buying Zap instead of going through this is more ideal. Yeah. Keep in mind, when the crafting process was instituted, those things were worth, like, over 100 gold each. But these days, it's, you know, just because they, although it's very rare, they just drop in the world, and people just sell them. So, very, very slowly, the number of them on the TP keeps rising. Plus, with the what is it called? The ones that are on the Wizard's Vault, the little kits, then that makes it even easier. Okay, let's just get a mislock. I'm gonna need a minute with the target dummy to remember how to play this. Maybe watch my own I tried video. What are the 2 sword icons in your inventory on the far left? I don't know. Find out in a sec. Eurojam. Mug feeling wild playing Thief today. Well, because of the drops campaign, we have played a lot of Guild Wars 2 this week. So, like, I've already done, like, most stuff this reset, so... Might as well listen to my whim and check this out. Hi, Mike, I'm a newbie here. So, as I am getting into Fractals, I wanted to complete a few masteries. I had in mind Advanced Logistics for the Quality of Life. Good choice. And Fractal Attunements. Are there any other useful ones? What is the best way to get XP in Central Tyria? I've been doing my personal story, but it goes pretty slow. Not sure if there's a better way. WoWop, the Fractals that you mentioned give a lot of Central Tyrian XP. So that might be the best way. In addition to that, if you're in a guild, you can get a buff from the bartender in the guild hall and increase your XP gain. And that buff stays on you until you pick a different buff from the guild hall. So like this, actually, you know what? I'm on a character right now that doesn't have the buff, so I'm gonna go get it and I'll show you. You could also use boosters, for example. I tried to escape a chest in inner mayonnaise. It's gonna be a great video. It just cuts to me. It's like Houdini, I will escape from this box. Just cut to me screaming, bouncing around in the box. Where's the bar? I think it's over here. Let's see. So there's 10% more XP gain right there. So that would be 10% faster spirit shards. Or mastery XP. Magic find. I've been playing a lot to get my dust. Yeah, the fractaling dust. Perfect, we'll do that instead, thanks. Sure. Okay. Alright, let's see. So, adjust self, add boons, utility, quickness, and then spawn a golem, average, spawn. Alright, so if memory serves, I would use my heal, and then use, what was it? Was it Scepter 2 in it 3 times? To do the combo. So it's like that, and then 1, 2, 3. And then steal whenever it lit up. And then this whenever it lit up. And then 1, 2, 3. And then go into Shroud. I do not remember what buttons to press in Shroud. This is already going really well, though. We have a lot of boons up right now. Not Alacrity, though. Gotta fix that. Shroud 2 is your relax skill. Is it only the 2 that gives a lack? It's like I'm having trouble keeping it up right now. With the, keeping the alacrity up right now. It used to be all Shroud skills give you a lack, but that was changed. We are keeping up a ton of boons right now.
I got a plushie to go with my beaker.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that, Black was taken. Okay, and this builds... This is with Plague Doctors, right? Yeah. This is with Plague Doctors. So I could keep that. Let's see. Shadow Refuge. Why was I... Oh, that's right. Shadow Refuge was for reviving people at a distance, right? That was, like, revived everyone in an area. What skin is that? Or what, for which item? Is it Scepter? That's a Scepter, yeah. That's the Khalid Bulk Scepter. Let's see, Wall of Silence, Roof Conditions, First Strike of the Old Dazes. That was CC. And... what was the point of this? 5 is stealth if you land a hit. Sigil Concentration, Demons. Sigil of Demons. I wonder, is it... So the, was it Rotwallow Venom? Where is that at? Apply Rotwallow to allies you grant barrier to. So isn't it like, even when I'm just hitting an enemy, it will give barrier to the allies that are around that enemy? Grant your target barrier and reduce the cooldown of Siphon. If you're in Shroud, transfer your tether to the target. Have they nerfed the Wizard's Vault chest? Not that I know of. Is it just me, or do we get a lot more loot in quick play fractals? I think, well, I mean, for me, it felt like a lot less loot, but I'm used to doing T4s, and that was T1s. Okay, so that's Stability, Might, Fury, Vigor, Regen. Steel gives Swiftness and a whole bunch of other stuff. And then Shroud gives Alacrity. And then, how do we... It's a gain Shadow Force by spending Initiative or using Siphon on enemies. I just spent all my Initiative and I gained 0 Shadow Force. Maybe you have to be in combat? You have to be in combat, okay. Alright. Let's see. What does Dark Aura do again? Hang on a sec. I know I had traits. Dark Aura is minus 20% to incoming condition damage. Shadow Step skills provide additional supportive effects. Okay. I think I got it. If I was going to play on this build for any period of time, I wonder if I should have, like, a... Quickness, pistol unload is one of the other builds. Monk Cyberpunk is on sale for $20. Is it worth it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Cyberpunk 2077 was one of the games that you guys pushed me to play with the game recommendation website, and I ended up being shocked at how much I loved it. That was a really, really good game. It's also, among all the game reviews, the like 50 plus game reviews I've done so far, that's the best performing one. Yeah, so I enjoyed it greatly. Good story, good character customization, giving you a lot of choices. I thought it was pretty good. Now this character I don't think has the world map. Nope. So, let's see. I'm wondering if I can actually get to some of these metas. Yeah, there's no waypoint there. I think, do I have World Boss Portal device still? Aha! There we go. Such a stinker. Is Mugput trying out Heal Spectre? Yeah. Now I've got that. We got a few minutes. I can go knock out this hero point, I guess. Is buying just the first 3 expansions okay to start? What's up, Nymph? I mean, honestly, you could start out with 0 expansions if you want to. Like, unless you really want to play the Revenant, which was added in Heart of Thorns, you can just, you can start out just playing the core game, and it's fine. But yeah, the base game of Guild Wars 2 will give you thousands of hours of entertainment for sure, and the expansions will give you even more. There's a lot there. Hi, Nog. What is that hoodie? One of y'all gave it to me. It's got the armor thingy on it. Oh my gosh, keep being stunned. Oh, he died from Torment. Gonna need a stun break in this build. There we go, hero point done. Nog, why are you hating on my hoodie? Is this legendary AFK Thief? No, this is Heal Spectre. Well, it's currently Plague Doctor Spectre, so I do some damage, but not a lot. Shroud 5 gives stab. Yeah, that doesn't help when I'm already CC'd. I'm not, I want to see it. This is the chainmail one that Rose had. And I said, that looks really cool, I wish I had one. And then one of y'all gifted it to me like a month ago. And I'm wearing it today. Throw the hood up.
Please, sir, can I have some bread?
I think it looks better with the hood down. You need to start putting the names of folks who give things to you somewhere so that you don't forget. Oh my gosh. Listen, Jack, or whatever your name is, I'm not going to take this shit from you. Mug, you could quickly check your Astral Daily Reward chest. No, I can't. I do need to turn that stuff in, though. Hang on a sec. There we go. How much you get for completing 4? Mug, could you quickly check your Astral Daily Reward chest? How much you get for completing 4? Wait, what? Completing 4 what? I need to spin this on something. Is there a command for add-ons? Exclamation add-ons pulls up all the add-on guides that I've made. If you've got a question about a specific one I'm using, just let me know and I'll try to answer it. What are those sword icons in your inventory? These things? The skin is Blade of the Iron Imperator. I just thought it was a neat dagger skin, so I transmuted those. It's good for stabbing. For some reason, I'm only getting 20 astral from the chest. You're 221 plushies? Yo, we passed 220? That's amazing. It was like 215 last I looked. That's fantastic. Shout out to all the new plushie owners. That is awesome. Well, I haven't mentioned it tonight, so might as well. If any of you are interested, this is the prototype of the little guy, the mascot of the channel. And if you're interested in supporting the stream and getting something that is good quality and will last you a long time, and is just a really neat thing that is only going to be available for the next 11 days, there is a link to that in the chat right now. And it does have worldwide shipping, if you're interested. Get you one. I don't know if we'll ever be selling these again. Is there any visual indicator when you have an ally? Sorry, hang on a sec. Alright, so all of your... Is there any visual indicator for when you have a tether on an ally, chat? If you play Spectre Scepter? Seems to be like an almost invisible mechanic. Hit Shroud and you see it. Oh, okay. So steel has like half the cooldown if you hit an ally with it. Oh, I gotta turn dialogue up so everybody can hear their favorite part. I think we're doing an okay job. We're keeping all the boons up. We're doing some damages. I forgot our Ascended recipes for armor account-wide are character-specific. All recipes you get are account-wide. Get that a second too late. Definitely some more tooltips I need to read if I'm going to keep playing this. I don't remember what Shroud 3 and 4 do. Okay. Let's see. Where is it? Here we go. Our Shroud in here? Shadow Shroud. Alright, so that's Unleash Darkness, inflicting condies on foes while healing and grant might to nearby allies and your tethered ally for each target struck. Unleash Darkness in the targeted area, inflicting conditions on foes and cleansing allies. Cleanse conditions from yourself while healing and cleansing your tethered ally based on target struck. Let's see. Thanks for another great stream. See ya, Jackals. Dawn's Riposi. Leap to the targeted area, inflicting fear on foes at the endpoint. Grant barrier to tethered ally and nearby allies based on target struck. Heal your tethered ally based on target struck. Eternal Night. Strike at foes in front of you with eternal magic, inflicting conditions. Nearby allies and your tethered ally gain health. Okay, so 3 is barrier, 4 is health, 3 is CC, 4 is some condies. Mind Shock, I remembered that was stability. Is it instant? Okay, so 1 second cast time and then you get stability and Aegis, and then there's a delayed explosion. What does a delayed explosion do? After a short channel, unleash a blast of compressed magic that stuns enemies. Nearby allies and your tethered ally gain stability. Heal your tethered ally based on each enemy hit. This isn't Muck tonight, it's Michael. What the heck? So Michael just wears not black? He's wearing gray and playing thief. That's my evil twin. Mind shot. What? Why? Oh, one of these is aquatic. I was like, what is going on here? I was thinking this was the Silk Song icon for a second, chat. Let's see. Fire 3 missiles into foes. Fire a beam that hinders foes and helps allies. Grant your target barrier and boons. Effectiveness is reduced for allies that are not the primary target. And Twilight Combo grants swiftness and barrier. Then fire a healing bolt. Effectiveness reduced for allies not the primary target. Silk Song PTSD, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Get this waypoint over here. I'm wondering, like, Shadow Refuge, if you let it do all the ticks, like if you just throw this on someone, will it get them up? 5 pulses, 4 seconds. Let me see. Each pulse revives up to 5 downed allies by 5% per pulse, up to 25% full duration. Okay, so it does 25% of a hit point bar revive, so probably not going to get folks up on its own, I would guess. I wonder if it's worth a slot on the bar if it doesn't do the full revive. Throw this on someone, it would get them up. Muck, this is a PG stream. I mean, I don't control what's going on in your brain. Test it on Greer, 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. That's exactly where you should test builds. Muck and Greer. What a great place to test builds. What's the easiest way to get there? Probably Homestead Portal? I don't think this character's been to Janthier. Irath says, Muck, have you seen the trailer for Blueprints? Does it interest you? Willing to try it, but I would say for the next like month and a half, we got a full schedule. We got the drops week, followed by working on the games we're in the middle of and trying to finish them, followed by Spooky October, followed by Visions of Eternity. So after that, I would like to do Borderlands 4. I would like to do Hades 2. So you'll definitely see those on this channel. Now, Borderlands 4 I might postpone if it keeps looking like it's just in terrible state. But, yeah, I want to do those. And then after that, you know, we're back to whatever we feel like. Okay, so now I need to get to Janthier Sentry, so top right. I'm excited to see the spooky games. Well, y'all suggested a lot of spooky games. I got a lot of them that are like 1 to 3 hours long, that are like half a stream. And then we got a couple that would, you know, maybe take like multiple streams, like Five Nights at Freddy's, the Mimic one, what was the other? Alice. There was one that was a newer one that I got a key for. What was it? Was it Kronos? I think it might have been Kronos. What? Oh, I just learned underwater skills. What is this? Muck this? I got dibs on August of 2027 then. Something like that. No, I'm wondering how much, because we've never really in previous years, we've done a spooky game here and there in October. But we've never just blocked out October and said spooky. So this is kind of a first thing. I'm wondering if I should, like, you know, lean into it more and try to play it up a bit. Is there any spooky game you're looking forward to? Not a single one of them, no. God help me. No. No. Visage VR when? Literally over my dead body. Like, I'll be in the casket, someone will put the VR goggles on me, and then the coffin will start shaking. Literally over my dead body, Visage VR. Muck have to look into the Telltale Walking Dead game series. I don't think anyone's recommended that. I don't think that's on the list. Alright, is this guy here for the squad? Alright, whose stupid idea was it to test this on Greer? Because it's about to get stupid. Mug Dispatch is coming out soon. We played the demo for Dispatch during Steam Next Fest, and it was amazing. I would love to play Dispatch. I can't use VR, it triggers vertigo. Well, no one invited you. Actually, I don't know, I've seen so many clips of someone in VR accidentally, like, punching the wall or breaking a TV or running into a wall. I'm just like, I would totally do that. I would absolutely do those things. Well, doing the Plague Doctor Spectre thing right now. Sure doesn't kill stuff quickly, but it feels pretty safe. I just imagine boy messing you on VR mode and getting knocked out because he spooked you. Oh my god. That's happened in reverse a few times. Like, he likes, like, a tent situation, right? Like, he'll be on the sofa and have a comforter thrown over him and be reading on his Kindle. And I'll come up and I'll just be like, bop, and I'll tap him on the head, like, through the blanket. And I swear it's like, you know those old cartoons where two people would be fighting and it's just like a dust cloud with arms and legs flailing all over the place? He turns into that. Like, it scares the heck out of him, and if I'm not careful, I get like a foot to the jaw. Oh god, the mining pick. Look at ruined door chucks. This character doesn't have gathering tools. Oh no. Wait, you know what? I've got some in the bank. These ones from the pre-order. There we go. Oh my god. Copper logging axe. Get out of here. The atrophy of this character, it's like a thief on life support just brought out once a decade to show Muck owns a thief still. I mean, really, there's 6 classes that could be described like that, right? Like, my Ranger, my Engie, and my Necro I've played a lot. The other 6, not so much. I've never fallen in love with a build on the other 6. Is there any other tools on Thief that can revive a target besides Shadow Refuge, chat? Do you know of any others?
The storm will reach us soon.
Prayers?
Battle we must.
Oh my god. Adeptus Sororitas Plague Alpha over here. Hit the F key near it. Shut up. Sadly, no, back on release you could use Siphon. Yeah, I remember the zap being an instant res. That was too strong. Yeah, it's just like every 10 seconds. Zap, instant res. Why am I tethered to that guy in the sky? I never zapped him. For sure, look into the Telltale Walking Dead. I think there's 4 or 5 seasons you could play over time. And it's like those Your Choices Matter storyline. It looks like Borderlands art style, and of course, zombies. Of course, zombies. Hey, Monk, currently I have Hot and Path of Fire expansion only. Pre-order Vision of Eternity. Any suggestion on what to expect I should buy next? What's up, Amy? My suggestion is just play them in order. Unless you hate the story and you only care about features, I would say just play them in order. So just get the next one that you need.
Hopper.
Nah. Hold on, is the lack instant or at the end of the cast? It's instant. Okay. EMP. I'm worried about the hitbacks. Like, if I'm targeting Greer and I'm zapping him, like, that little circle is the people that I'm healing and buffing. I'm worried about, like, that reaching anybody, because Greer's so fat. I guess we'll see how this goes. Where's the regen coming from? Well of Bounty? Anywhere else? Not sure if all the regen comes from Well of Bounty. Looks like it might. How did you enjoy the mountain that gives you double jump in Silk Song? Dude, that was not fun. That was the first time in the game, Jester. I pulled open a video of someone else doing it and then just copied what they did. Like, that was not fun. I just wanted to be done with it after a few tries. Decade Enhancement Station. He loved it. He did not. I did not. Hey there, Skimmer. VoE stream was already? Yes, Marius. If you want to rewind this VOD, it was around like 30 minutes to an hour into the this stream that we're in right now.
Here it is.
It's time to dance in the rain.
Rigid we must remain. The strangers have woken. They've come to dance in the rain. Our one and only goal is to protect.
Someone said hi Twitch, and I said shush. I'm incognito.
And spear. Raise them to the air.
And this character's name is MuklukYoutube. I forgot.
Go. Fight. Win.
The yearning I arrest feast to the delicacy of your world. Is immeasurable.
The strangers have reached the first bloodstone. I've come to maw. They'll suck it dry if we don't halt their advance.
God. Yeah, it's like his hitbox is so big. I don't think I am hitting people with most of my stuff. So I'm wondering if rather than an aim at him, it would be better to aim at a player. See, look, now I'm seeing blue numbers. Just target your commander. Dude, this is so bad when running around because I need to like combo in the wells and stuff. And it's not very possible right now.
They are. Mount your journeykin and topple them. Reveal the core.
But yeah, if I aim at Greer directly, it does not hit players. So with the, because his hitbox is so large, and the players are outside of that. So I think I have to actually target a player to do my job for this fight. And that also means I need to be at least one step behind the tag so that I am able to aim at them with the scepter. What? I have stability! What do you mean? This guy's a big fat phony, chat. Honestly, I feel like right now I'm probably being so annoying to that commander. Because I'm just like hitting them with that styrofoam noise. Over and over. Thunk, 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 thunk. Aren't you glad I'm healing you? Thunk, 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 thunk. Oh, this is not good. That's a lot of debuffs. I'm gonna throw the shroud thing on that guy, so that'll res him a bit. Let's see if that's enough. Yeah, he's up. Cool. That's kind of nice. Couldn't finish the cast. So getting to my stability button required multiple clicks there, and I couldn't access it in time. I had to go into Shroud, wait for the button to flip over, hit the 5, and finish the cast. Alright, Shroud on these two. Just to get a lot of reviving energy on them. Where is the tag? There she is. I don't know, like, this is alright, but I mean, like, my main concern is, am I helping enough? If, does anyone know, does Rot Wallow Venom, does it, scale with your condition damage? Like, when you give someone else Rot Wallow Venom, does it scale with your Condi damage?
Your journey kit, now! Shatter the armor from their flesh. Our spears
Blast
mark
ground with
the
2, then
west.
Shroud? Yeah. Oh, what terrible timing to get dismounted. Alright, I'll work on saving these 2 then. Couldn't get to the stability in time. It takes multiple clicks to get to the stability when I need to access it. Oh, see, and okay, the person I have targeted, the tag, is not stacked with the group, so all of my healing there was doing nothing. Now, she's yelling at us to slow down. I understand why she's not with the group, but it was like, it took me a few seconds to realize that I was not barriering or healing anybody there. This would probably feel a lot better to play if I had quickness, which I don't currently. Again, I was in the cast bar for stability. Just couldn't get it in time. Wow. So I was casting Shadow Refuge over there, and suddenly this guy revived, and it snapped my camera up because he was blocking the camera, and then the Refuge went completely in the wrong location.
Marked by my shame. I'm next. Your blood.
So, like, who is this? Shadeling? Is she on here? It's like the only way I can see how much damage I was doing is from, like, looking at everybody and looking at Rotwallow Venom.
And the Isle still. Finally.
So, yeah, I have no idea how much the Plague Doctor damage was helping.
But those celebrations must remain modest. The strangers will return with the next storm. What a victory this was.
What do the wells provide stab? Yeah, but Well of Bounty you're using every time it comes off cooldown because you need it for all the other boons. So when you need stab, it's either A, is it lined up by chance with Well of Bounty? If not, then it's go into Shroud, hit 5, cast this, and then there it is. Parts of it were fun, but again, it's hard to know how much I was helping there just because of the mechanics. Because if mainly what I was doing is targeting allies and putting poison on their weapons, I would need to find all those allies in the damage thing, and then I could see how much damage I was doing. Does Thief take health damage when in Shroud? I think the Shroud actually protects their hit points. I know Luminaries does not. Hang on. Alright. Yeah, they're hitting the shroud. Smug, you know you have been playing all day. Tell me, how do you set goals for yourself? I've not been playing all day. This is my second stream today. I did a morning stream, and now we're near the end of the evening stream. How do you set goals for yourself? Well, right now my goal is to enjoy talking to this wave of new players coming in and answering questions to all the many folks that originally came here just for, like, Twitch drops. And find some way to be entertaining in-game while I'm doing that. And we've done a lot of Guild Wars since Tuesday, so that led me to be kind of bored with playing my Ranger, so I'm here messing around on a Thief, which I haven't done in a very long time. That's me, I'm a new player. Nice to meet you, Booty Feet Senpai. Has he already done A-Heal Spectre? A while back, I did a video on A-Heal Spectre, but I kind of had the urge to play it some more, so trying it out again. It'll be the end of days when he chooses to play Ellie on a whim. Not true, not true. I just tried Evoker, and I was very disappointed. But I did just try it.
Probably fallout from some Norsot experiment.
How was the Greer test? I mean, it was okay. The main problem, though, is I couldn't target Greer. If I targeted Greer, the AoE from the Spectre Scepter didn't reach the players, because his hitbox is so big. So I had to target players to do barrier and healing. If I targeted Greer, I didn't hit the players. So that was unfortunate. Let's see, what else is there right now? Dequarrel, Admiral Tida, Battle in Terrir. Battle in Terrir is fun. It's not really anything you need the Thief for. Oh god. I don't have anything near that, do I? What is the fastest way to get there? Maybe from Gilded Hollow? Could test in strikes? Pretty sure I did it in strikes before, but yeah. I would love to see Mug play PvP Thief. Oh god, no. I don't think that would be good. I feel like Mug's playstyle ain't very roguey. I think the closest I've been to playing roguey, as you said, was wait, what? Let me out. Oi. What? Bro, let me out. I imagine it's gonna port me outside in a second. 5-7. No. It was when I was playing what I called the Trickster, which was the engineer scrapper that was zooming all over the place and throwing gyros at things and stuff like that. Yo, is there a way I can get out of here right now? Hmm. 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 Do you have the Maguma portal device? I don't think so, no. Wait for a comm tag and TP to friend. Oh my god, but I've only got 78 TP to friends left. No. Die to the hero point or die of fall damage? Die to the hero point.
Why am I being... Be prepared to fight, hero.
You don't know who you're messing with. Blech. Oh wow, I didn't even see the downstate bar. Did you see that? This guy's OP.
Hey kids, want to see a dead body?
We have a problem. The button says TP to waypoint. I have no waypoints in this entire zone. This was a terrible plan. Which of you gave me this plan? You're dumb. Oh, there's one in the fog. What? Oh my god. I saw it, I saw it, I saw it. I made it outside. Blind amok. It was in the fog. Come on. Look, I got blinding powder. I have an excuse. Ninja vanish. Now, if you don't tether a player and you just use your abilities without a tether, does it just hit the nearest allies? Like, how does that work? Alt Universe Muck is blind confirmed. Oh, come on. You guys called me blind long before this. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in years. Stopped shortly after the first expansion. How relevant is old content? Captain Volt, I'm doing old content right now. This is a meta that happens every 2 hours that gives a ton of money that's from Heart of Thorns. And it takes like 50 to 100 people, and people still do it like every 2 hours. So it's still relevant. New player here, I was wondering if you have any tips and tricks you recommend. I just got to 80 and I'm very confused. Yeah, I got some stuff. Hang on. I need to use steel on a door. So, give me a sec. Okay. So, one person just linked in chat the Fresh 80 video. It's a video that's called I Just Hit 80, Now What Do I Do? I think you would like that. Also, for random tips and tricks, there is a video right there for assorted tips and stuff. I'd recommend that one as well. Which one is this one? Oh, this is the bombs one. Oh my gosh, the default glider. Ah!
I have more bombs for you.
Get more bombs. Alright, hashtag did my part. Rest of y'all get over here.
I have more bombs for you. Come and get them.
Easy. Alright, South, you lazy bums, get to it. Obliges. One burn. Oh, I need them to one burn. We didn't one burn. Panic.
Knocked and ready.
Excuse you? Minute remaining. Don't know if it's picnic time.
Knocked and ready.
"45 seconds. What is the range on steel? 1200. "18 seconds. Oh, it's dropping. It's dropping. They're thinking about it. They're thinking maybe we should kill it. Oh, oh my gosh, not even close. Slash map. First try. Alright, hang on. Let's turn that down to lowest.
Am I being? Be prepared to fight, hero.
Ah, the dodge roll. Shadow Refuge. AoE revives. It's like Glyph of the Stars, but kind of ghetto. Ah! Look at all those people that didn't dodge. Look at me. I've been playing a thief for near 20 minutes now, and even I was able to dodge that. They forgot to bind dodge to E. Wow, that's an old joke. What is this? Snaf would be proud. Oh god, this is the level 1 Asura quest. Snaf would be proud. Wait, did I get that one? Oh, I thought I did. I didn't. This dude boosted the thief. Oh yeah, I did. I think of my, I've got one character that's max for each class, right? And I think of them, I think I legitimately leveled 2 or 3. And then the others, I just used the endless amounts of boost the game gives you just to level the others. You remember when you won the lottery here? Hmm? Yeah, I got that 2,000 gold liquid beryllium infusion. Traded it for the legendary spear, and everybody said I was stupid. And I was like, well, I just won it because it's the only legendary I still need for ranger. And then Leggy Spears came out for everybody, and everyone's like, oh wait, Muck's not stupid. He was ahead of his time. How do you stop playing Guardian? I mean, it kind of let you have a conscience. It's like, when I play Guardian, I need a lot of Pepto-Bismol, because I'm just like... Yeah, it's just, like, dry heaving a lot. Money, 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 money. That's the box, by the way. That is the exact box I got the 2,000 gold thing from. Imagine, first time doing Octovine on Thief. If he got a Liquid Beryllium, oh my god. He'd be my luckiest character. You got the 2,000 gold thing again? No, I'm saying, what if I did? Do you have a Muck Guard? I have a max of every character. That's how I do all those I tried videos. But the Ranger, Necro, and Engineer are most of my playtime in the game. The other 6 classes, not so much. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, I don't have underwater skills. Ah! Oh my goodness. Oh no, none of my wells work underwater. Oh god. This character's terrible underwater. I don't know how to give boons down here. Dude, literally every utility skill and heal skill I was using don't work underwater. And I don't have Scepter underwater. How do I even support a group as a Spectre underwater? What the... It's impossible. That's the neat part, you don't? I don't even know what I'm wielding right now. Is this a spear? I have 2 spears. Why do I have 2 spears? I don't even know Underwater Thief weapons. Do they have only spear, or do they have anything else? Do they have, like, trident or harpoon gun? They have harpoon gun. Yeah, none of this helps. Okay. Well, that was a fun little foray into Thief. I think I scratched that itch. I think I'm good. Did Muck lose a bet? No. I just had a moment of weakness. Weak? Yeah, I had a moment of weakness. Exactly. See you again in a decade. Yeah, gotta put him back to an old park spot. Yeah, I told you guys, the reason I picked Ranger so long ago to be my main is it was fun underwater, fun on land, and I still had some fun even if I was downstate. Thief! Downstate and water fails my test. Weak for not staying until you master it. I did master it. We killed the boss. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm telling you, it's fine. It's fine. Lara's a bad influence. She did heal Spectre yesterday. Muck had this time with it today. Never again. Water Thief is OP underwater spec too. For support? Is there a way that water plays Scrapper? No, we looked at Scrapper yesterday. Is there a way that Underwater Thief does boons and heals well? Because I wasn't saying it. Don't you pick me up. Don't you pick me up. Don't you pick me up. Okay. My main issue with Heal Scrapper is the protection boon. It gives protection by using its self-heal, the revive, the function gyro, or what was the other thing it did? Oh, Aegis with the bow. So pick 2 of those to keep on cooldown, and that's how you keep protection on the party. So you have to give up your ability to heal yourself, give up your ability to Aegis the party when they need it, or give up the ability to revive someone when they need it. You gotta give up 2 of those to be able to keep prod on the party. And I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that. Prod is easy on Heal Scrapper. You overcap so hard, you have freedom if you think a little ahead. Yeah, I know, but you have to burn tools that have other needs to do it. So I don't know. It's not for me. I mained Heal Spectre. Sorry, I mained Heal Scrapper for about a year, and I loved it. But they've changed some things, and I don't think I like the current version of it. You don't need self-heal. Do mechanics get good? Yeah, because on Bone Skinner, everybody does the mechanics to reduce the room damage. Uh-huh. Yeah, that doesn't apply for most of the game. Bone Skinner has mechanics? He does, but no one does them, which means the whole room gets slammed with damage. And if you're healing everyone but yourself with medkit, eventually you crumple. So you need your ability to use your self-heal and not burn it for prot. Now, I mean, Bone Skinner's not that tough. There's plenty of ways you can handle that, but it's an example. Sounds like you use the self-heal often enough in that fight anyway. Yeah. And you get a little bit of self-healing with some of the, what's it called? Short bow skills. And one of the medkit skills hits yourself with self-heal. But it's still your largest thing, so. It's just a personal thing. Like, I know the class works. I know that it can function. It's just, when I compare that to the other things I play, I'm like, wow, that feels really, like, a pain. Which roller beetle was that? Branded. It's my favorite roller beetle graphic. It has that big trail behind it that matches your dies.
You're kidding, right?
Can you tell me how you get the zone announcements in game? It's a add-on called Regions of Tyria. It's just a fun thing. If you want it, do exclamation. Well, Lycus just did the command, so that's it in the chat right now. That link, if you want it. It's why when Shilling Grasp was good on Necros, they always brought it to Bone Skinner because you could only call the ads. Spectral Grasp. Yeah. Thanks. Sure. Nice hoodie. Thank you. A lot of people have looked at me in shock today because I was wearing something different. It's like a weird episode of Scooby-Doo where they're not wearing the same outfits they always have on, apparently. Muck, why are Leggy trinkets more tedious quests than armors? I don't know. I don't know why they did that design choice. I don't mind it. You know, like Aurora is all about Season 3, Vision's all about Season 4. I don't mind that they did that, but I don't know why they did that. They're more universal. That's true. Trinkets, like, if it, like an armor is either light, medium, or heavy. So it's going to only, whatever armor you make is only going to work on 3 of the 9 characters. Trinkets will work on everybody. That's true. Accessories, rings, amulet, backpack, those work on all characters. Yeah. What do you think Heal Scrapper is missing compared to Druid and Untamed? Separation of... Okay, so on Heal Scrapper, there's quite a few skills that do 2 jobs. And you have to burn one constantly to keep a boon up, so you can't save it for when you need it. For the other reason. So, it's like... Okay, let me give you an example. This skill right here on Druid gives stability. But if you're in astral form, this revives an entire pile of people. If I had to burn this for stability and could never save it for reviving, that would suck. Fortunately, Druid has a second source of stability. Okay? So that's not an issue. But it's only not an issue because there's a second thing that gives stability here. However, on Scrapper, there's a lot of skills that do 2 things. And so you have to burn thing for thing. You have to burn a thing for reason 1, so you don't have the thing for reason 2. Mechanist is like that. On Heal Mechanist, there's a skill called Crisis Zone. It is their only source of Aegis, and it's their only source of stability, and it also does like 4 other things. But if you use it for Aegis or stability, you have no access to either of them for 30 seconds. Because it's your only button that does it, and it does all of it. So I would say that's my beef with that class currently, is just that whole thing. Now, that is a personal thing. There's tons of people that main that, and I'm not posting on the forums they need to change it. I'm saying that's why I don't main it, though. That's just something I dislike about it. It me Twix. Oh. It me Muck. If you didn't recognize. Small world. Pretty big from my point of view.
Here it comes. Get your tails in action. Move!
It us chat. Yeah, I think like I've been playing so much Guild Wars 2 lately. I had like just a little bit of an itch to play another main or something. So I was kind of revisiting others I've done, and it's just like I spend so much time finding the perfect healers for me to play that I have the most fun on. That now when I try others, it just feels like it's always missing something, you know? Like with Scrapper, I love Function Gyro. It's comparable to Glyph of the Stars, things like that. But the boon system requires wasting utilities, and I like saving my utilities. Mechanist, one button is way too overloaded, so if you use that button for anything, it's gone for everything, and also it has 0 access to revive skills. Okay, and then we just tried, what was it, Spectre? Spectre was kind of cool, but you know, I didn't really love the rotation. And the whole thing where, like, you target the boss, but if the boss has a really big hitbox, you have to target an ally instead. But if the ally moves out of range of the rest of the group, then suddenly you're less effective because that idiot moved. Okay, it's like, well, okay, this is putting too much control over how effective I am in the hands of a high DPS. So I don't really, you know, not really liking that. So I think if I was going to play another support for a bit, might be Necro. I also love Chrono, but again, similar to Mechanist, it has no revive potential for pugs. So, like, of the new classes, the new supports that are coming out, Troubadour worked really, really well, but it had no revive potential for, you know, idiots. Paragon was insanely strong. I think Paragon's the strongest healer in the game, in terms of just raw, like, you know, numbers. But I don't know that I had much fun with it. I couldn't really tell you why. I just think my brain didn't make the happy juice much with Paragon. Ritualist was very fun. I just really hated that thing where they would summon and destroy their spirits immediately, so it felt like they didn't even exist. If they fix that, well, I say fix. If they change that, I could very much see myself playing a lot of Ritualist in the expansion. Do anyone else have a problem getting their wizard hat? I claimed it but didn't get it mailed to me. Golden, I got you. If you type exclamation no drops in the chat, a video will come up that's like 1 minute long, and it'll tell you what to do to try to fix that. Check that out and see if that fixes your issue. Thank you. Sure. If it doesn't work, come back and tell us. How's Troubadour? Troubadour did a shocking amount of barrier. It's like, you know, every so often you could be like, crescendo, and then like a massive barrier would hit the party. So it wasn't like Mechanist or Scourge that constantly output smaller barriers. It was just like 1 giga barrier every 20 seconds or something. It was very, very strong. And then the healing was great. The boons were great. Like, Troubadour was solid. It was very solid. I don't know that I liked it more than Chrono, but it was absolutely solid for what it did. But like Evoker had Giga healing but no boons. Paragon was very powerful, had no flaws. I simply didn't have a lot of fun playing it. I think I just didn't like the style. And then, hang on. GG. Ritualist was fun. I would just like to see them make it so that you don't have to destroy your spirits. And then, what else was there? Oh, Luminary. Luminary was okay, but I mean, it felt just like a worse Firebrand, honestly, but it was fine. It was okay, like, as a support. Is the 0 element swap Evoker builds any good, like comparable to builds that constantly swap? So the 0 swapping Evoker was more, like, most people were playing it as just fire. Like, they were just fire, 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 and fire with the Firefox, and they cast fire and burning. It was very effective at that. It was extremely similar to the fire-focused Tempest that just hits fire the whole time. So it was pretty easy to get, like, you know, 30-35k DPS, I think, if memory serves, with the single element thing. Now, I was trying to play Evoker as a support, and I was able to do huge healing with just water, with the Water Otter. However, it was impossible to, like, keep all the expected boons that a healer is expected to provide up on the party. So that would have to get tweaked if they wanted it to be a healer in groups. It's because you got too used to Ranger Maces, which are busted as weapons. I have to be honest about it. It sure was different from when you were a Druid with no Maces. Druid with no Maces was, Axe Warhorn Staff instead of Mace Warhorn Staff. So at that time, I'll show you immediately what's different. So you get regen from Mace 2. We already had tons of regen from other sources. You just got to decide on the sources. Do you want it from Healing Spring? Do you want it from Wellspring trait, Staff 5? You basically just got to pick a couple of those. Fernhound. Then the 3 helps with protection uptime. So if you didn't have the prot from Mace 3, then you've got to fill that in from somewhere else. So you got to figure out where you're going to get that from. The 1 gives some vigor. And if you don't have Mace 1, you have to use Water Spirit for vigor. If you really care about vigor. It's up to you whether you really care about that. It didn't make a massive difference, I don't think. Windborne Notes gives Warhorn regen? True. Yeah, there's a few other ways to do it. So, like, yeah, the maces are nice, but the mace didn't, like, completely overhaul the Druid build or anything. But it made a few things easier to access. But it's kind of like with Ellie. I could say the same thing for Ellie. Warhorn on Ellie is insane. Warhorn Ellie was able to keep up all the boons like the buffs, but it couldn't do stability or Aegis on demand. With the staff, I could do stability on demand, but no Aegis, and I couldn't keep up the boons because the Warhorn does all the boons. So that was kind of the issue. Like, for example, Tempest has access to Aegis and stability through Tempest utilities, but the Evoker utilities didn't have anything. So they did, you know, the core utilities for Ellie were crap for support, and the Evoker utilities for Ellie were crap for support, and the Tempest ones, which were not accessible, were the ones that had the boons and the Warhorn. So that was the issue. Do offensive supports bring boons these days? So typically, I would say currently the way the game is set up, the offensive support either brings quickness or alacrity, and the defensive support brings the other one of those two and everything else. Now, there's some exception. For example, there's a lot of classes that splash a stack or two of might around without really trying. So if you're joining a group and you can only keep up 20 stacks of might, the other 5 are going to come from the others and they won't even realize. But there's certain things like most DPS build to be crit capped with the help of the Fury boon. And Fury increases your crit chance by 25%. So they'll have 75% crit chance. If you're not providing Fury, that's a massive loss of damage to the party. Vigor is not as big a deal. Swiftness is nice, but not required. But Fury, the 25 stacks of might, quickness and alacrity, regen and prot for the defensive side of things, those are really noticeable if they're not there. Earth, Water, Evoker Staff was like the only way I could get all the relevant boons, but holy hell my hands. Yeah, that was another thing, is you had to cycle through, like, the whole thing, the attractive thing with Evoker was it was like, you could go to your favorite element more often. But with the way Elementalist works, I had to visit Fire constantly to combo Fire fields to do might stacks. I had to visit Air constantly to keep swiftness up. I had to visit Earth constantly to keep protection up. And I had to visit Water constantly to keep the heals up. So yeah, I could go to Water more often, but it didn't matter. Because I had to go to, like, you know, Water and then Fire and then Earth and then Air and then Water and then Fire and then Earth and Air. So it really didn't change much because of what you had to do to keep the boons up. Meanwhile, like, most of the boons that the Ellie was, like, doing this crazy 20-button rotation to keep up, on the Spectre I just played, I could just tap Steel, and that would cover half of them. It's very different on... Like, I remember when I did Troubadour, I was, like, in combat for 2 seconds, and then I had all the boons up that took me, like, 20 seconds on the Evoker. It's not even close. Heal Quick Scrapper with an Alack Tempest should make Muck embrace the combo because of the protection coming from Free for the Tempest. Yeah, that would be fun, because the protection's my main beef. Like, on the Heal Scrapper, I want to be able to save the heal for when I need to heal. I want to be able to save Function Gyro when I need to save lives, things like that. I just really don't like burning those for a boon. That's what I was doing, but I wasn't sure if I could camp 1 or 2 elements. Like, some classes can camp 1 weapon and still be effective, and rolling through in all 4 using the damage skills is a lot to remember. Yeah, so, like, on my Untamed, for example, I do need to weapon swap and also swap the Unleashed constantly to be able to be effective. Moving away from the NPCs. But on the, you know... I don't know, Pistol Thief, they don't have to weapon swap at all. Just bang, 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 bang. But yeah, there's some classes that don't have to swap weapons. There's others that swap, for, you know, often. But then there's others that are insane, like Ellie, that have to swap between 4 weapons regularly. Hey, Muck Doppel soon. Any chance to see Legendary Mukluk? I haven't done that in so long. I'll say the staff heal build did make the fast water swap access very relevant, because having water on a near 1 sec cooldown meant I could go water between attunements to blast most everything. It used the Fave element thing in a different way than expected, but it did do it. I guess I just didn't discover that. As I'm sure you know, there's a lot of ways to play Ellie. I tried, like, something Warhorn and Staff, and I just couldn't get good results out of it. LI on Evoker, I could only keep up to like 2 boons, while on Tempest I could keep up 6. Yeah, and it depends on what the thing is. Like if I go to, like, you know, this guy, just Yeah, that one button is those. I need to be in combat for the rest of these, but it's because I'm kind of talking in circles at this point. But yeah, seriously, on Scrapper, on Mechanist, on Heal Harbinger, which is kind of silly, Heal Scrapper, Druid, Untamed, like almost every class's support skill, it's easier to keep the boons up than anything Ellie. Because for most Ellie builds, they have to go to Earth to get Prot, they have to go to Air to get Swiftness, they have to go to Fire to get Might, and they have to go to Water to get Regen and Healing. So most support builds for Elementalist will have to use all 4 elements, which is 4 weapon swaps. So there's a lot of juggling there. Skill issue? I mean, I played it, I'm just saying I don't like it. Like, why do 10 times the work for half the pay when you could just play something else? Let's see, the doppelganger thing you mentioned. Where was that? Path to Ascension? Oh no, that's still pretty far out. That's a ways away. Good check on Etherblade. People didn't like Conduit and Evoker. I would say people that just wanted to do damage liked Evoker. People that wanted to do support were not able to get Evoker to work properly. Conduit, it did feel like the majority of people that were giving feedback did not like Conduit.
Would anyone like to guess the main material used in...
Why is my Warclaw skin this one? What are you doing? Wait, it has plush selected. What the hell? Oh, yeah, okay. Now that you know I'm looking. He's like, oh, wait, sorry. Cheeky bugger. Would you say Evoker is nearly there for a solid support? Okay. Let's say you're using Warhorn, and so you're keeping up all of the boons, but you don't have any of the on-demand boons. The thing that Evoker needs to be viable is access to stability and Aegis on demand. If they, instead of that, they find a way to give access to more boons, they could use Staff, which at least has stability on the Earth, Transmute Earth, and then they could get more boons from some new source, and then, you know, go from there somehow. But I would honestly, like, okay, I do not speak for all Ellies, right? This is just me sharing my thoughts, okay? I want to be crystal clear on that. Like, for me to enjoy Ellie more, I would love to see at least one boon get unattached from its current element. Like, a way to keep up Prot without having to visit Earth. So that we could go down from, you know, 4 element juggling to 3 as a healer. Just like that would feel so much better. I don't know how to do that, maybe like a utility slot or something, but also, who is that? Cawthorn, thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. Did you enjoy Gale Shot? Gale Shot was very solid for what it was. If you wanted to just do damage as an archer fantasy, it worked. I have no negative feedback about that for what it is. Now, am I going to play it? No. I did not, you know, super enjoy playing it, but I'm not asking them to change anything about it. But it's kind of like, you know, I know people enjoy Berserker. I don't enjoy Berserker, but that doesn't mean that I think they should change Berserker. It's just not for me. I think an Ellie utility that extends boons would be nice, even if it doesn't give any itself. So same as, what was it? Earth Warhorn 4 that extends boons? As long as they get rid of Guardian, we're good. Kill shot looks good on you. No. I'm still of the opinion that we missed out on getting another elite spec and instead got a third bow. I'm not too thrilled about that, so it's not my thing, but it's there if people want to play it. We could have had Mount Master Ranger. There's a lot of things we could have had, but c'est la vie.
So quiet.
Beast Mastery Hunter. Yeah, that was one of many suggestions I made. Didn't make the cut, though. Now, I would say, if, let's say that the meta was different, and the healer was not the one responsible for all these other boons. So like, let's say you had a Water Otter heal evoker that was just doing, like, quickness or alacrity plus the healing. It could do that. So if you look at it from that way, the problem would be the current, like, game meta. So either you change the game meta for group composition, or you accept that the support evoker does not meet the current meta, and then change the support evoker to, you know, fit into it. But right now, it's like, the current meta, you know, has the groups fitting together, like, you know, certain shapes of puzzle pieces, and the evoker's puzzle piece just doesn't fit.
Some sort of transport device. I wonder what exactly.
If every core LE trait had something for damage and something for support survival, that'd be nice. Still peeved glyph trait on air self only. Genuinely stoked for Gale Shot as a boon DPS enjoyer who didn't like Untamed, but I feel you on it not being for everyone. Delete all boons, unique buffs only. How would you have to change things to encourage other players to bring some of the boons? So, let me mute this guy, because this is an interesting conversation, and we've had it a few times. So, the question is basically, how would we change the system to make it to where other players bring some of the boons? The current meta for the game is that you've got one person in a group who's like a healer, and they give alacrity or quickness, and then like every other boon. So 25 might, fury, the alac or the quickness, regeneration, protection, swiftness, vigor, healing, condition cleansing, maybe barrier, CC, a little bit of damage, and maybe they file your taxes if you're a good boy. You know, all of that. Then, the second person in the group is DPS, and they provide quickness or alacrity. The other one of the two that was not previously covered. Then you've got 3 people in the group that are pure DPS. So, how would we make it to where the healer is not responsible for literally all of that stuff? There's really only one way, because if you just make it optional, people aren't going to do it, you know? And you can't just be like, oh, Druid is now no longer capable of generating Might and Fury, because then people are just like, okay, I'm going to bring a Firebrand. I'll never group with a Druid again. You've got to make a sweeping change. Like, so again, if they wanted to do this at all, they would need to do a sweeping change that would affect all the healers. So, now, I am spitballing here, okay? I'm just throwing some ideas out. These are not, these do not have a lot of thought behind them. But, like, what if you had a thing where, like, if you took the trait that made you able to produce alacrity or quickness, you were then unable to produce another specific boon. Like, to make something up, be like, if you provide quickness, you can no longer generate might. If you did that, in some way, shape, or form, it would force the meta to change. Like, you know, it's like, okay, well, people don't want to give up quickness, but now someone else has to take might, and suddenly everything would shift. Like, you know, there's already supports that can provide might, like, you know, offensive ones. They would just have to move some traits around, maybe lower their damage very slightly and stuff like that. It'd be awful for solo. No, it wouldn't, because you could just change the trait. You could choose which one you wanted to bring. However, this is an example. Again, this is not something I'm saying is the way to do it. I'm giving you an example for how could they possibly fix this. If they change the traits to where, like, if you provide A, you cannot provide B, then other people would have to step up. Here's another one. What if the amount of might provided by an individual source was capped? So your healer can give you no more than 10 stacks of might. So your other stacks of might come from other people. So you would have 2 or 3 people in the group all pitching in on the might stack until you had 25 max. That would be another thing that they could code into the game, where each person could only give you a max of, I don't know, 5 or 10 stacks of might, so everybody had to pitch in. That's just another idea off the top of my head. So there is no one thing would fix this. And again, it also depends on, does ArenaNet think it is something that needs to be fixed, right? They might not even think this is a problem. So, you know, the question is, A, is it actually a problem? And then B, if it is a problem, are they going to acknowledge it? And if they're going to acknowledge it, are they going to do something to fix it? Because I'll remind you guys that Underwater Mechanist has not worked. And I would say that that's a bug and like kind of an oversight, because a base engineer has a tool belt. A mechanist gives up the tool belt and gains a mech. But if they go underwater, they don't have a mech or a tool belt. They're weaker than a base engineer. That cannot have been, like, intended. So, but they haven't even ever mentioned it. Like, it is just like a shh, like, don't talk about it thing, and maybe they'll forget. And that's been like that since End of Dragons. So, yeah, in conclusion, I'm not saying that it is a change that needs to be made. I personally think it would be good for the game, but they might never agree with me on that, right? Like, I'm not one of the programmers, I'm not one of the developers. That's just my thoughts as a player, and some people will agree and some people won't. I personally like the idea of divvying up the workload. You know, because it's like, if you're a healer and you don't provide 25 stacks of might, you don't provide quickness, or you don't provide alacrity, or you don't provide fury, or you don't provide the regen, or the prot, or the swiftness, or sometimes the vigor, people, not resistance, no one cares about that, but people will be very upset with you because you're not pulling your weight, even though they're not doing much at all. And that's not even, you know, talking about your other job, which is the healing, the cleansing, the barriering, the positioning, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would be kind of cool if in a future patch of Guild Wars 2, they did like an overhaul on the boon system. Like, with the way it is right now, we just had that beta where, you know, there was the LFG thing for fractals, and you could, you know, just instant queue for fractals here. And it only works for tier 1. If they want this to work for tier 4, they will have to make it work for the current group compositions, which means they've got to somehow make it to where, like, you know, LF quick DPS, 3 normal DPS, 1 alac healer, or quick healer and alac DPS and 3 normal DPS, you know, and they're going to have to make it work. Now, they could have it work on just like the honor system, or they could have it work on where it actually checks your traits. But that would be a total pain, because like they would need to check your traits, check your weapon, check your stats, check your utilities, all that kind of stuff. So they might just do it on like an honor system or something. Like you choose what you queue as, they just assume you're telling the truth and just slam the group together. That would probably be the better option. But yeah, so like it really goes to say, like, are they going to lean in and embrace that? Because we've got a lot of other things in the game, like, let me change over to a Druid build here for just a second, because I was playing Untamed. Like, Lingering Light, I've done videos about this. It feels incredible to play with this trait. Like, this feels like the way Druid was meant to be played. But you're never allowed to take it, because it competes with Alacrity. Paragon, coming out soon, had a really cool Grandmaster trait that looked quite awesome for healing, but you're never going to be allowed to take it because there was another trait in that same column that gave Alac or Quick. I forget which, but one of them. And there's a lot of traits like this. And unless the workload of these boons is divided away from the healers a little bit, they might as well be blank slots. They're almost never going to be used except for like very niche other things in PvE. But yeah, that's it. You know, there was no script for this. That's my long-winded answer to your question, and hopefully it just, you know, opens up some food for thought. Let's see. Worst possible outcome would be the WoW route of destroying actual build diversity by collapsing all trait choices into 3 actual builds. Yeah, possibly. The light aura trait in Luminary is similar. A druid ought to have the Alac put into the heal trait to make room for like a power DPS trait. I don't know. I will say for druid, I hate that they moved the alacrity to astral power. God. So alacrity used to be on spirits. And I remember specifically they said, you know what? We don't like that you guys have to just slam buttons every time they come off cooldown to keep up Alac. And we're like, yeah. And they're like, so we're going to change it. We're like, yeah. And they're like, now you have to slam Celestial Avatar every time it's up to keep Alac up. And we're like, yeah. Wait, what? No, go back. That's worse. So now, instead of slamming spirits every time they come off cooldown, we have to give up our largest source of healing and reviving every time it comes off cooldown. It's like, okay. Spirits were core ranger? Yes. Yeah, there was a period of time where each time you used a spirit, you gave your group 8 seconds of alacrity. So you had to have 3 spirits on your bar. You could have water spirit plus 2 utility spirits or 3 utility spirits. That was how you kept up alacrity. But then you had the freedom to use your astral form whenever it was needed. Muck, what would you rather prefer Janet do? Rework entire boon system, get rid of quickness and lack, or get rid of pure DPS builds and make everything a boon DPS or a boon heal? No, okay, there's a lot of players that like to play a pure DPS. I would not ask any game to do that. You know? I would not ask any game to do that. So, I mean, if you're asking me to choose between those two, then I would choose the first thing you said. Probably gonna get hit here. So they did the reverse to Druid that they did to Auramancer Tempest for Alacrity. I just slapped 2 buttons off cooldown at the start for Alac and then press whatever Horn skill 4, and I want for the rest of the fight for 100% uptime. Then they decided to make Tempest the best Alac healer in the game. Are you referring to the new Alac heal Tempest or the Overload Alac Tempest? I know it's gone through a few iterations recently, and I visit Tempest periodically, but I don't main it, so I have to ask. The Aura one? Okay, gotcha. Was tying Quick and Alac to core utilities an issue? Any Guardian spec can still grant quickness via the Elite Shout? Well, yeah, I mean, there are builds that can give their group a couple of seconds of Alac or Quick, but the main thing is most people want to know what builds can dedicated do it, you know?
Windy White Twinned raided my stream with 1 viewers.
Hey, Wendy, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome. I'm gonna AoE res those people there. It looks like it got 3 people. Get this guy up. I did you proud. I played in the MTG Spider-Man pre-release tonight, and I got to play pictures of Spider-Man. Is that actually a card? Okay. Windy Wave. Hi again, Windy. Thank you. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good evening. Spider-Man, the end of Magic the Gathering. I will say, as someone who very much enjoyed Magic the Gathering growing up, and I did kind of like lose interest in it, I very much loved it because it was just like this magical world to get lost in. I cannot imagine being interested in playing it again with Spider-Man cards on the board. Like, I love swords and magic and fantasy, not like what the hell, Marvel Heroes, what? But now they're just doing like Fortnite crossovers or something. It's definitely left the realm of what I was interested in. Alright, I'm gonna AoE res here in just a second. Alright, here we go. Boom, there's 5. And in just a second, we'll get a few more people. Boom, there's like 3 more. I think that was an 8-man res. Clearly, I should have gone Heal Spectre on this one. Or, not Spectre, what am I thinking? Heal Untamed on this one, because, you know, let the bodies hit the floor or something. There's a lot of them here. I demand an off for the res. Oh! So good. Alright, that's the last of my CC. I used everything I had. Okay. That is... I cannot remember ever seeing this many corpses at the end of that fight. That is crazy. Like, there might not have been any healers there. Morning Muck, did you watch the Skimmer stream? I did indeed, Nimophora. You can rewind this VOD that we're in right now if you want to watch me watch it. I will have I'll be working on the video for it after the stream tonight. If you just want the TLDR near the end of that section, I did do a TLDR section. I wonder if they'll fix the underwater mech since the new X-Pack seems to have an aquatic aspect. I don't know. I mean, there's other builds that don't work underwater. Sorry, there's other builds that don't work underwater much. Not just the mech, right? Spectre is trash underwater. Willbender is not great underwater. But the mech one just seems especially egregious to me. Because again, Engineer has a tool belt. If he becomes a mechanist, he loses the tool belt, gains a mech. If he goes underwater, he loses the mech. He still doesn't have a tool belt. He's worse than a no expansion engineer. And that just feels wrong. You know? And like a flesh golem can work underwater. Ranger pets work underwater. Let the mech work under. I don't even main mech. I just think it would be good for the game if they fix this. Muck, please check my DPS. I am Akanekel. Were you here? I don't see an Akanekel. I see an Akanaya. Is that you? Were you the Reaper? Did you already leave? If someone leaves, it removes them from the list. Here's an idea. Give every core class a small rework on 2 utility skills. They make them like Renegade Alack, 20-second quick Alack on a 20-second cooldown. Then every single build in the game can choose to be quick or Alack skill with a 1 skill swap, and devs are free to explore more fun trade options. If they did do something like that, I would ask to add to the idea that if you equip one of those, you can't equip the other one. You know, you can choose one or the other to have, because you know it would be a bit much if you had both. I did leave. Okay, so if you left Sayoko, you might have to rewind the VOD to see if your name was up there. Because if you left the group, then it immediately pulled you off the list. It's probably too late for a major boon rework. I disagree. It's just a matter of do they wish to... Like, again, do they think that is a problem? And do they wish to focus on that? Right? I guarantee you there's plenty of things that they consider a problem that they would love to get to, but it's just way down on the list, right? So it's, 1, do they think it's a problem? And 2, do they think it's something that they wish to tackle? You know? Like, maybe they're like, oh man, it would be really nice to rework the Zaitan fight and fix that, but that's not going to help us pay the bills, so that's way down here on the list, and we're never going to get to it. Muck would be decent to at least make it a trade option for each elite. Like, I think it might be cool if, like... Okay, this is another spitball idea. What if the healer is in charge of defensive boons? Protection, regeneration, resistance, stability, and Aegis on demand. But then the DPS get abundant access to the offensive boons. Might, Fury, vulnerability condition, stuff like that. I think that would be really cool if there was a way to do that. It would offload some of the massive workload that's on the healer right now. And you could have a few of them be like wild cards, you know, like swiftness and vigor. Those are utilitarian, right? So they could kind of go wherever they thought was cool. Again, I'm pulling ideas out of the air. I haven't put like a lot of thought into these, but you know, I think it'd be cool. The thing I would point out is removing one or both of those boons would probably instantly revert a lot of the power creep in the game. Well, the power creep thing is an interesting topic too. So with the problem with power creep, let me write this down to really kind of get this on paper. Okay, so let's talk about raids released in Heart of Thorns. Okay, could clear most raids with 10k plus DPS per person. Now, many people do 30k plus easily. So, raids melt. Okay? Conversely, I don't know if I'm spelling conversely right. Conversely, you have Legendary Challenge Mode Ceres. If any boons were removed that had a significant impact, this fight may become impossible. This is possibly also true for CM Ceres, CM Harvest Temple, and other recent encounters of similar caliber. So, currently, this is those are my notes from the video. This is way too easy. These are barely doable. If you nerf boons across the game board, these would go back to being more challenging. This could become impossible. Okay? That is the issue right now. If they buff everything across the board, this becomes a joke. And this becomes easier. If they nerf everything across the board, this becomes more challenging content again. And this becomes literally impossible. So that would be something that they would have to tweak around. And there's other things in this, like, you know, Dragon's End meta would be in that list as well. They probably don't want to make old stuff more challenging, though. They probably don't want power creep, but it keeps happening. Thing is, with how they create content patch after patch with this new model of expansions, if they throw everything down the line, they'll never get to work on whatever it is because there's always the pressure of the immediate pay the bills chase. Yeah, I agree with you, Plag. Yeah. But, I mean, we're blessed with loving this game that doesn't have a monthly subscription. The downside of that is they do have to do stuff to pay the bills, which means certain other things never get addressed. It's a pros and cons situation. How broken would it be if the boons had long duration and were easy to maintain? That's another interesting thing, because you've got some boons, like Alacrigade. I'm gonna super simplify this. Simplified. They hit a button every 20 seconds that gives 20 seconds of Alacrity. It's something really close to that. Okay? Let me show you Druid. Druid, with 100% boon duration, gives 2 seconds of Alacrity per application. So Druid has to machine gun this. So, like, do you see this boon? I've got to just pump. Like, I've got to just smash buttons to keep it up. Okay? So, you know, Druid would be the counterpart. 1 second of Alacrity without concentration. 2 seconds with per application. Have to spam. So, and then you've also got, I think it's Bladesworn and Herald. Their range is like 600. Or is it more than that? I don't know. It's large. Their range is extremely large, and it's very easy for them to keep their boons on people, even if those people are having to run around and do odd jobs. And then you've got other folks where you've got to be like close enough to hug them to get those boons. So, yeah, I mean, there are differences. There are differences. Harold's 900. Okay, 900. Yeah. Honestly, I think it would help the server if the server was having to do, because every time you every second that I'm channeling this, it has to check who are the 5 nearest people to me and give them 1 second of alacrity, right? So I feel like, wouldn't it be better for the server if you reduced how often it has to do those checks? Like, think about that, spread across thousands of players. If they all were just hitting a button that gave a 20-second boon every 20 seconds, as opposed to 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, I feel like that would be better server side as well. But the counter to that would be, would that make everybody too similar and they'd be all the same? Because we wouldn't want that. We want something different, but not different just like for the sake of different, because then you've got, you know, Ellie works 10 times harder to keep up boons than everybody else, but it's different, and it's like, yeah, but it's stupid. I love Renegade. I love having 2 hug with shortbow. They could do Sigil of Capture. Oh, Signet of Capture from Guild Wars 1. We need another Alac for Dragon's End meta, and I threw one of our DPS Renegades in that slot, and they were like, I'm not built for Alacrity, and I told them, do you press F2 often? I said, yes. I said, we have our Alacrity. Well, I mean, the question would be, do they need concentration? Like, hitting F2 is easy, but do they need concentration to do it? Definitely if stuff gets too similar and classes all have the same, it can be a con. Makes me think of how WoW did things to classes when they all kinda became similar. Yeah. Like, I think it's good when classes have, like, some unique things. Like, I don't know if this is still the case, but when I played WoW, you know, the Warlocks had the Summoning Stone. They had, like, the Health Stones. The Mages could summon food and make portals. Mages had the Imp buff. Priests had the Health buff. But a Warlock Imp also had the Health buff. Like, you had, like, if for any weird thing, like, maybe 1 or 2 people could do it. And it was nice. You know, if you had a Druid in your group, you got Mark of the Wild. If you had a Paladin in your group, you got Blessings. In this game, it's just, you know, there's the boons, which are synergized across the board, but it often, you know, the community wants to just take all of that workload and put it on one guy, and then the one boot that can't possibly be there goes on a second guy, and then 3 other people just get free ride. But yeah, this was a good talk. I enjoyed this conversation. I might have to cut up some of this and throw it on YouTube just to, you know, see what people say in the comment section, because I enjoy talking about this stuff, and occasionally I know devs watch the YouTube videos I put out. So, you know, I don't know, it might oil up some gears or something like that, but no way of knowing if anything will change. Like, I just to be very clear, if there's any new bloods in the chat, like, I love this game. I wouldn't put so much thought into trying to take the parts about it that aren't great and lean, you know, just inch toward perfection if I didn't care about it. Like, for me, this is the closest thing to a perfect MMO. The things I'm complaining about are the things that are keeping it not perfect. You know, like, it is nitpicking because so much of this game is fantastic, so I am complaining about the very few things that are not, in my eyes. And just, you know, saying I would like to see this fixed and that fixed and stuff like that. Monk, you should use your boost to free up your shared slot. I mean, I can. I don't have anything to put in that shared slot right now. I probably should make a character with one of these and then park it at a chest somewhere and then use the boost for that. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I don't know what I would, where I would put the parked character. I'd love to see some of the non-Alac quick supports play some PvE gameplay at some point. Yeah, the thing is, like, is if you've got... okay, let's say you took a Lingering Light Druid, which has Giga Healing, and then you had an Alac DPS and a Quick DPS, and then 2 Pure DPS. The total DPS of the group goes down, and the total healing of the group goes up. But if you were doing content where you didn't need more healing, then it's simply a slower group, and as much as I would enjoy that more, it's worse, right? It is debatably worse. Time to set up a muck at the flax farm. Muck flax. Flax. Oil up those devs. Oh no. You have 14 character slots? I thought you had more. No, I had one for each class, and then, you know, whenever you pre-order an expansion, you get another character slot. So over time, you know, Soto, I got another slot. Janthir, I got a slot. Visions of Eternity, I got another slot. So then I just, you know, I think I've got 2 thieves, and I think I've got 2 rangers here, and the extras are just parked at treasure chests and making me money each day. Okay, think I'm caught up. Chat, you guys have been amazing. Thanks for hanging with me tonight. I hope you all had fun. A few plugs on the way out. It's the usual stuff. If you happen to be new to my channel, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I will be back tomorrow night. That's Saturday night for the Saturday evening stream if you wish to join me. As always, please hit the follow button on Twitch. Subscribe if you're on YouTube. These are links to my 2 YouTube channels if you're not already subbed to those. A special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive, and there's a link to that in the chat if you want to support it. And lastly, one more plug for the plushie. If you guys didn't know about it, if you've been living under a rock, this little guy, this is the prototype for him, is currently available for a limited time, only 11 more days. It's got 30 USD, and it has got worldwide shipping. If you're interested in just getting something that's really well made, and it supports the channel, and it's just a fun thing that will not be available again in the future, there's a link to that in the chat if you want it. You guys have a great evening, and usually at this time I would just do the outro video. However, let me find someone to raid, because I'm sure we got a bunch of friends here that are currently farming drops. So, let's see. Emmy is live, and she has got drops active. Emmy is good people, so I will hit her up. You guys have a great evening, and if you want to keep getting drops, don't touch that dial. I'll pass you guys over to Emmy right now. All right. See ya.